Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and I am going to need you guys to do me a favor this morning. I know I'm a smidgen late, just a smidge. I apologize. Thanks, Ren. I made it myself. I'm very proud of my intro and outro. I made them myself. It was my first ever time editing any sort of video, was me doing the intro, and my second time ever editing a video or figuring out how to do it myself was the outro. I didn't want to wait for someone to do it. It was going to cost a pretty penny for someone else to do it for me. So I said, you know what? I'm going to figure out how to do it because, well, that's been the story of my life. If I don't know how to do it, I'm going to figure it out. So that's what I did. And I made the intro and the outro myself. And I'm pretty proud of them. Those are my first and second ever edits to a video. I mean, it's pretty good if you ask me. Hold on, let me shut this fan off because it's loud. As you know, this morning we are doing a little field trip, a little bit of a field trip. My daughter has a celebration at her school. She was student of the month. So at around 9:15, I'll be leaving my house. And obviously we'll have the stream on. But I will obviously have my phone with me. It only lasts about 15 minutes. So I will be black and gone for about 15, 20 minutes or so while, there's testimony going on. So I need everyone to help out today. I need somebody to keep track of how many sidebars I miss, any good points that I miss, and to make sure that we have our mods making sure that they need to play Whack-A-Troll if they have to. So I just need some help today, man. Just a little bit of help. I mean, to be fair, I get help from my mods. They're amazing. They do a great job. I couldn't ask for better mods than what I have. And even most of you guys, you guys do an amazing job of sort of being kind to one another and other people when they're new and they come in, and also having my back and being protective of me. And for that, I can't be any more grateful than I already am. I appreciate you guys. And so today I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need you guys' help. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate you. I did not text anybody back this morning because I was running around like a donkey, making sure that I was ready to walk out of the house at 9:15. I don't usually have to worry about that until after the stream if I'm going anywhere. So this morning I had to, get my kiddo ready and then get myself ready before I came here. So I apologize for being about 3 minutes late. Everybody should guess their guesses. Karen Reed still tried to say Deborah was lying after court yesterday. Let me make this clear to all the FKR people that don't seem to understand what happened yesterday because they weren't paying any actual attention to what actually happened. Hold on, let me fix the bubble. That's going to annoy me. Kelly Dever could not have seen what she originally claimed that she saw. And let me give you a little context as to why. Okay? I'm going to say 11. 11 per usual on my 11 sidebars. Will we get there? I don't know. We'll find out. Kelly Dever. How do I say this? Was shown that she could not have possibly seen Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port when Karen Reed's car was there. There is video of Kelly Dever and of her punching in and out. There's a video of her leaving CPD at about 3:45 p.m. Karen Reed's car does not pull into the Sally Port until around 5:30 p.m. Therefore, Kelly Dever was long gone from CPD. She was not even in the building, which, once again, there are cameras everywhere in the building and outside. She completely left the property. It's not a video that they showed. This is how she originally found out that she couldn't have seen what she saw. She was shown a video in her punch card that showed she could not have seen them in the Sally Port with Karen's car because she was already gone. She had already left the building. So once she realized that whenever they were in the Sally Port couldn't have been that day. It could have been that day, but it could have been earlier in the day, but it wasn't when Karen's car was there. She did the right thing, which was to say, hey, I have just been shown things that would prove that there is no way I could have actually seen it while Karen's car was there, because her car didn't arrive until 2 hours after I was already gone. So the cult doesn't seem to understand this. They just want to call her a liar because that's what the rest of the cult does, but they don't seem to understand that, like, you can call someone a liar all you want, but there's literal proof, evidence that she wasn't even in the building. She wasn't there, so she could not have possibly seen Chief Berkowitz and Brian Higgins in the Sally Port when Karen's car was there. She could have seen them there at some other time, some other day, even earlier in the day, but not when Karen's car was there, because she wasn't even in the building. Yes, I could. I wanted to text you back, but I was literally running around from the bathroom back and forth. And again, we thank Ashley again for bringing me my surprise coffee yesterday. I could not have been more grateful because I totally needed a second coffee after the Russell hustle. I appreciate you, my friend, more than you know. That was well appreciated. It actually gave me a flashback to my best friend, God rest her soul. She's been gone since 2014, and she was like my left leg. Like where I went, she went, vice versa. Like if my grandmother didn't hear from me for 2 days, she would call my best friend. She spent every holiday, birthday, you name it. She passed in 2014. And for me, that was like a flashback moment to a real friend that was like, you know what? I'm in the area. I'm going to bring my friend by a coffee. This is something that me and my best friend used to do all the time. Would just show up to our house with the coffee that she loves, and she would just show up to mine, walk right in. Like we own the place because, well, we did. We didn't need to knock. We're family at this point. And so I thank you. I appreciate you, Ashley. That was a really nice thing to do. You didn't have to do that. And you're a little sneaky squirrel about how you knew how to get it made, you little sneaky squirrel. Hey, Trish. Thank you again for the dinner party game. I am going to play it, and I'm going to love it. And everybody's going to dress up in their freaking costumes. I just have to find enough people who want to do it. But I'm going to have fun with that. So thank you, Trisha. I appreciate that. No, they don't matter. The facts don't matter to them. You can definitely say that again. The facts don't matter to most of the cult. Joan said, good morning. Officer Deborah was fabulous, and she put AJ in his place, and I'm glad she reported him to the FBI. I am also like, that was a disaster for them, an absolute disaster for the defense. And anybody who's saying that it wasn't either has no actual idea what the F they're actually talking about, or they're just straight out lying. I mean, even Larry, the frickin' the lawyer, that's the guy, the lawyer, was saying, yeah, this is bad. Like Kolakithis, they want to bring in Karina Kolakithis and Nick Barrows. Okay. Nick Barrows is the officer from Dighton. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure that's the officer from Dighton. And they ran on his, it was cracked comment that he made. It was cracked. He had no way of knowing how many pieces. It looked like one large piece had just been gone, right? He had no way of knowing how many pieces that broke into. It just looked like one pretty big piece from the taillight was missing. And so they jumped on that like little bit of theory of what he said. Karina Kolakithis, honestly, what is she going to bring to the table that she hadn't before? And Lucky Loughran's an absolute disaster. So even if you're going to tell me that Lucky Loughran's going to say something new we haven't heard before, that's not good for him, bro. That is bad. That is very, very bad. He has told 4 different stories. It can't be Nick Barrows because he had nothing really to do with anything other than getting that car being there when the car was put on the tow truck. That's it. They had no other real involvement in any of this. So that leaves it to Lucky Loughran or Karina Kolakithis. And either one of those people, I don't think I'd find credible something new they had to say. Just saying. Like, yes, she had pulled a double shift. She was there overnight and then stayed extra time until about 3:45 when she left. Thank you, JMS. It is. She's got it 2 years in a row. And last year was for kindness, and this year was for optimism. So I'm very proud of her. Proud of all my daughters. They all very, very smart. Get it from their mama. Early conspiracy dog poop. Exactly. She could have seen it, but on a different day, Jane. You're right. Well, that's all they ever say, right? Is the same crap. Trying to claim she only changed her stance when she had that meeting, which is so funny because Jackson tried to assert that like they handed her, a lawyer right there in that office, which did not happen. What that meeting was about was the commissioner saying to her, listen, like, this is a high profile case. And we want you to know that even if you have something to say, whatever the truth is, whether it's damaging to the Commonwealth or not, like you have our support. Just do what the truth is. That's what you do. And it doesn't matter what side it helps or doesn't help. And I give props to the commissioner because, a lot of the times you have these officers in a really precarious situation where they feel like, what are they supposed to do? And so I give props to the commissioner for bringing her in there and saying, listen, even if it's damaging, to the Commonwealth, like the truth is the truth. And that's all there is to it. And you have our support as your employer. You're not going to, get in trouble if it's, something that the Commonwealth doesn't want to hear, because the truth is the truth. It's that simple. Like, shouldn't matter what side it pertains to. Like, right? They must not have, you know what I mean? Like, they just gave us a really large present. Very delusional, extremely delusional. Like, I'm so glad she reported him to the FBI. Like, that was such a bombshell. That was like a Hiroshima bomb that just dropped in the middle of a courtroom. And I think the defense from now on may have to wear, some serious hazmat suits, because they have just stunk up the whole courtroom with just shit that no one else should breathe in because it might affect your brain. Like, the shit they're selling affects people's brains. We've seen it in real life. Like, JMS is right. Facts don't matter to these people. Like, exactly. You can't impeach your own witness. You can't impeach your own witness. People don't seem to realize that. I've been watching people literally on social media like, we impeached you. You can't impeach your own witness, you idiots. Can't impeach your own witness. But again, we're not, dealing with people that know how trials work or like working with a full deck here. So, exactly. So here's the thing. If you report something in good faith, and that's what you believe to have happened, right? And later on you realize, wait a second, that couldn't have happened, or it happened a different way. And you say, okay, now my recollection is different. You can't get in trouble for that, because eyewitness accounts are actually the most faulty. Because if somebody suggests something to you, you can literally create a false memory. That's why there are certain techniques that police are not allowed to use when it comes to interrogation, because if you even suggest something, somebody can create a false memory of that. You don't want witnesses having false memories. Eyewitness accounts are some of the most inconsistent, shitty pieces of evidence, because memories can change and things can be suggested. And that's why there are certain techniques that are not allowed. Like, how do I think he's going to close? How would I do it? I mean, I would close with a visual, maybe a timeline, a clip if I was allowed to, and a damn good hammering in of the fact that nothing could have happened between 12:31 and 12:32. John's phone, the same thing I've always been saying, which is that phone stopped moving forever. Seconds after Karen Reed backed up that car. The defense is not arguing that Karen Reed did not back up that car. They're not arguing she didn't back it up at a high rate of speed. They're not arguing she didn't back it up at that time. They're not arguing that John's phone stopped moving forever. They're not arguing that John's phone temperature battery didn't go down. They're not arguing any of those things. And why do you think that that is? If I'm Hank Brennan, I bring all that out. I show the jury a timeline of events on how it's physically impossible for anything else to have happened. And then I let the jury decide based on all of the other evidence we have given them and the inconsistency of the defense claiming all of these things that they can't prove. Morning, Karen. Jackson defense should be worried. Kelly Dever called them out for, yeah, I'd be worried if I was them. Like, that's a no-no when it comes to attorney, a very large no-no. Good morning, Alma. Nick Barrow said it was cracked and a small piece was moving. So that's the thing, is he never said a small piece. He said a piece. So they added the small part. That's the, they leave that, they add that part in and say, well, he said it was a small piece that was missing. He said a piece was missing. It was cracked and a piece was missing. And that's what it looks like, cracked with a piece missing. He would have no way to know what that piece that's missing, how many that broke into. Like, no way to know whatsoever. Good morning, good morning, good morning. That was just a great moment. It was a great freaking moment. It was an absolute great moment. Jennifer said, I think Kelly maybe did say it, not realizing they could prove she wasn't there. She's now doing the right thing. I don't believe it was a false memory. I think maybe she liked attention, but now, I think that as well. I thought about that at first. I thought about like maybe she just wanted to be involved in this. Maybe she was a little salty that, you know, she was told to go back to the dispatch as the woman who was on duty. She was already out. Why couldn't somebody else stay with dispatch? Why did the one woman that's on need to go back to dispatch? I'd be a little salty about that. Like, if you're already out and he's at dispatch, why do I need to trade off with you? Why can't you do dispatch? You're already there. Like, there's no reason for me to have to trade off. Like, and I thought to myself, maybe she's a little salty about that and said it because it was a high profile case. And then, you know, when they showed her evidence that like, hey, that could not have been possible, she realized like, oh yeah, I better back the fuck out of this. Like, Hank can ask them if they've been promised, threatened. That door has been opened already by that witness. Like, it's going to be fun. Oh yeah, giant flames, giant flames. I expect it to be a long and robust cross. You know, but also, like I said, I will be like, you know, the stream will be here, but I'll be tapping out for just a smidgen of time, about 15 to 30 minutes ish. I have my phone with me. I'll bring it with me. But I will be in my kiddo's school. So thank you, Emma. Yeah, she has student of the month. So for about 15, it's only supposed to last 15 minutes, but you know, so I'll be gone for about 15 minutes to a half hour with my icon there. So you guys gonna have to keep track of the sidebars, how many there are and stuff. And I'm counting on you guys to help me out today. Please. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, I can't wait. I literally can't wait. Good morning, Smitty Lee. Good morning. Jezebel, good morning. Yeah, no, they're not okay. They're not okay. Morning, Anna. By the way, if you want to donate to the channel, I didn't say this morning because I was totally like rushing to do things. You can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have super chats, we have super stickers, we have memberships to the channel now. We have those back as of last week, thank goodness. And then we also have the ways that are most direct to the channel, which is Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country, like Trisha, she uses it, and I very well appreciate it. And then we have the link for those of you who want to do credit or debit. All of that stuff also is listed on my channel itself. It's in the description of this video, and it's also listed on the channel itself. So if you go over to like the channel's main page and hit more on your mobile device, it'll have literally all the links. You can literally just click on the link, like, oop, oh, there's the PayPal link. Oop, oh, there's the Cash App link, and do it. The wish lists are there too. So if that's the way that you prefer to support the channel, some people prefer to buy off the wish lists, which I always appreciate as well. Like, you know, however way that you help support the channel, whether it's a share or you know, a like or subscribing or sharing it with other people, I appreciate it because it all helps. You know, we're trying to grow this community, and I have, and you all have made this community a safe space for people to make sure that if we don't see someone for a couple hours in the morning that we normally see, we're going to go check on them. We're going to make sure they're okay. And that is what I want of my community. I want a community of people that harass other people or dox other people, or I want a community of smart, well-rounded, all walks of life of people, but people that also have each other's backs. People know that if they're having a bad day, they can come here and say something, and it doesn't have to be about the case, and we're all going to make sure they're okay. They know that privately they can reach out, and I'll have a conversation with anyone. And anybody here in this chat can tell you, if they've reached out to me, I always answer. Might take me a little while, but I always answer, and usually quickly. Yeah, being behind yesterday had to have sucked because that was a moment, that's for sure. Also, did you guys know that I laughed so hard at Dr. Russell that after the live ended, I literally gave myself a headache because I laughed so hard? That happened. I kid you not. I gave myself a headache laughing at Dr. Russell so hard. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. Like, Oh yeah, and I mean, make no mistake, they're already doxing, harassing, all over the internet. And it's like, dude, let it go. Okay, you didn't like what she had to say, cult. That's cool. You don't have to. Here's an idea. You can disagree with someone without trying to blast their entire life, name, where they live, what they do, all over the internet. That's like a thing, like we're civil adults. Like, I mean, the fact that people think that that's an okay behavior because you don't like something someone said or you don't agree with something someone said, like that gives me great grave concern. Like that we can't even operate as normal adults anymore and just agree to disagree civilly. It has to be some hoopla trying to ruin someone's credibility or bring up their past mistakes in life. I will never be ashamed that I am someone who made it out of addiction. And I have been, sober closer to 2 decades, and I have over a decade at this point. Okay. Closer to 2. But I will never be ashamed of all of the trauma I went through and where I started and where I ended, ever. Nor should anyone else, nor should that ever be used against someone. People go through a lot of things in life, and their past mistakes in the despair of their worst moments should not be shown to the public. But there's one thing I know, and it's that it made me a better person. And they can say whatever they want. I don't care. I am proud of who I am. I am proud of what I do behind closed doors. And I don't give a shit what anybody has to say about it, because the people closest to me, no. And that's all I care about. I don't need a pat on the back from anyone else. No one. Yeah, they skipped that part. They like to skip that part, that there was no dog prints or footprints. Hey, freak. Good morning. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, their opening was just a fabrication. Like, oh my God, me too. Like, what in the actual hell? She knows what a damn Sally Port is, Like, you saw her, like, Karen's face. It was like, what are you smirking at? This is not going well for you. Like, are you that deluded, Karen, that you can't see that this is real bad? Like, probably. It probably was. And Dr. Russell, I mean, I think Hank showed that beautifully, that she does just really want attention. Like, it's very, very clear she wants attention. No, an attorney cannot threaten a witness. They cannot. It can be witness tampering. It can be witness intimidation. It can be a lot of different things, which is why it's a big fat no-no. Like, yeah, I mean, she could have seen something on a different day, but what she was saying wasn't implicating anybody of anything anyway. All she said is she saw Higgins and Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port. They were there for a while. Okay, cool. Like, I'm not sure. Was it the old one or is there a new one, Jane? Thank you, Willow. Yeah, I'm gonna keep with my 11 until I actually hit 11. Though, of course, the one day I change it and I change it to something that's not 11, it hits 11. But that's my luck. That is my freaking luck. Like, I know that it will be. Thank you, Trisha. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jezebel. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm not sure what the missing witness motion is about exactly. But I have no doubt, just knowing the motions that they asked for, I read them yesterday morning when they put them in or whatever, that they should all be denied. So I'm not sure exactly what they mean, what the defense means, what they're asking for exactly. Like, oh, it's the link is on the front of my page, but it's also in the chat. When they put all of the, Ashley sometimes will put the link to the Amazon. There's an Amazon one and there's a Walmart one. Right? I appreciate you for dropping me off that coffee. I freaking love you. I love you so much. Like, that was well needed. Like, I mean, maybe that's half of his problem, Barbara, is he thinks he's untouchable. A lot of people who have that kind of money think that they can buy their way out of anything. Look at Karen Reed. Look at what we're dealing with here. You know what I mean? Like, look at what we're dealing with. Yeah, Hank's tires being slashed. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about very unhinged individuals. The shit that they do to people on a daily basis. Like, thank you, Barbara. I more am just like a support for other people now, whether it's domestic violence, getting sober, like, it was a long road for me, and it, all had to do with a lot of stuff that I had been through, really horrific, horrible stuff from the time I was a kid until I was a young adult. And sometimes you just don't care at that point about yourself, whether you live or die. And that was I didn't care at that point in my life. I didn't care. Didn't matter to me. That's how much pain I lived with on a daily basis. And the crux of addiction is that mental health and the pain that you're trying to stuff or hide or not feel. And anybody that comes out of that, even for just a day, an hour, a week, a month, gets a pat from me, because it's not an easy thing to do. Never mind decades. You know, Judge Lou is amazing. Yeah, exactly. The impact was lost when Hank read the text, and then Deborah came, so that was completely gone. Whatever they tried to do there with the Proctor text was completely forgotten right after, because Jackson pulled a rookie move. Don't call a witness when you don't know what they're going to say, especially when you've already threatened that witness. I almost ask myself if they're doing it on purpose at this point. Judge Lou, I've spoken with Judge Lou, and I'm glad he's reporting these people. Especially the core of the Sewer Turtles harassment campaign and the very core members of that harassment campaign. So make sure that if they're doing it to you, that you save those screenshots, you send them to Judge Lou, and you keep a record. Yeah, I mean, a couple of us reported him a while ago. You can update your report too with the bar if you want. I love Julie. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie. He is so good. I want an interview. Well, Russell is I heard somebody actually, I don't know if this is true or not, but I actually heard someone say yesterday. Well, I read that someone said yesterday that Dr. Russell actually tried to be a gang tattoo expert at one point as well, and that didn't take off. I don't know how true that is, but I mean, it sounds like it's in the realm of something she would do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the other thing. I don't understand how seasoned attorneys are making these giant mistakes unless you are absolutely letting Karen run the show. And if that's the case, why are you guys there? Let her just represent herself then. You know what I'm saying? No, they're not going to call in Proctor, Higgins, or Albert, and it wouldn't be a missing witness because they're on the witness list. So it would have to be something else, or someone else that already went that they think has missing testimony. I don't know. I have to look into it further. I didn't have time yesterday. Good morning. Oh, is it Taco Tuesday? I love tacos. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. I'm trying to get down to the bottom of you guys' comments. I'm behind, I know. The extra small ones with the creepy little hands. What about that rotary cut you got going there, Leslie? You know, that like rotary cut in the middle there with that bald spot? Like, what are we doing with that? You know, you got to spray. You want to like spray over it? Makes it look like there's actually like hair there or something, you know? Like, oh my God, it is. I wrote down your birthday. Today's the 3rd, right? Oh my God, yes. Happy birthday, JMS. I'm so sorry. I wrote it down too. I literally wrote it down just to make sure I said happy birthday to you. It's on a different page. I wrote down your birthday so that I wouldn't forget. And then, of course, I forgot. I'm sorry. I apologize. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. My notes are all over the place in this book. That's probably why. But yes, it's JMS's birthday. Happy birthday, JMS. Happy birthday. Hope you have a really awesome birthday. Yes, gang tats. I swear to God. That's what I saw someone say. Obviously, I have no idea if that's actually true or not, but sounds like something she'd do. Just saying. Like, exactly. She would say she's a professional crip walker and danced with Snoop Dogg back in 2007 if you asked her. I mean, she knows everything, right? She's like, she knows about fabrics now, like expert on freaking everything. They better start soon because I have to leave any minute. Like, this is cray cray. I do think that he will have consequences. I fully believe he will have some consequences. The judge, they're supposed to self-report actually for one of the things that already happened, but yeah, she was not back in. She's like, just like you forgot my name, I can't recall. Like, Oh yeah, good old bald patch back there. I wonder, like in the morning, do you like slap it for good luck? And you're like, yes, slap that bald spot for good luck. I'm gonna go droning on and on and on today and bore the jury to death so Karen can use on appeal ineffective counsel because we already know this wasn't going well. So this is our way of just throwing the case completely. I honestly wonder. I've never seen a lawyer actually do that in like practice in real life, but I swear to God, I've actually questioned it in this case. Like, my mental image is of what she told us yesterday, that she has pictures of bite marks. She has a collection of pictures of people's bite marks, which is hard to believe anybody's allowing her to just take pictures of them and their bite marks, considering that would be a HIPAA violation if she's just taking them without permission of any sort of patients that she had. But you're just asking people to take pictures of their bite marks, lady. Like, so I picture her entire house just filled wall to wall with pictures of people's bites. It's really strange. I'm just saying, like, right? No objection to having a good day at all. You have an amazing birthday. And a hoarder. Yeah, with lots of cats. Missing witnesses so the defense can argue that the Commonwealth never called Proctor. They don't have to. I love that they think that the Commonwealth can do their case any way they want. And that includes not calling people they don't need to call in their case in chief or don't want to call in their case in chief. So I find it funny that they're actually trying to force the Commonwealth to call Proctor so that they can cross him. That on its face is the most ridiculous legal argument I've probably ever heard a day in my life. That fails completely. The Commonwealth does not have to call Michael Proctor. They don't have to call anyone, and you cannot force them to because you want to cross someone. You want to call them, you can call them, and that's what the judge is going to say. If you would like to call the witness, you have every right to call the witness. The Commonwealth does not have to call that witness. Morning, Red Sky. So I find it funny that they're actually even, another Hail Mary coming from them, No, it absolutely 100% would not be allowed. Denied outright. Like, ridiculous legal argument. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Right? Now, a newspaper is just wall to wall. Like, yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe she actually did say, like, oh, I took all these pictures of people's tattoos. But that's another thing. You can't just take those pictures home. You know what I mean? Like, how are you going to say you're like an expert in gang tattoos now, lady? Like, what? Like, a lot of us did. It was good. It was good. Yeah, they can't force the Commonwealth to call a witness that they want. They can call them themselves. Like, dinosaur bite marks. I mean, hey, here's the thing. I can't wait until Hank, and I hope I don't miss this part. Hank gets to the part where he says, have you heard of the study that shows that, odontology, forensic odontology is junk science? Like, and the fact that she hadn't heard of that study when I knew of that study years and years ago, shows me that it's not really a interest of hers as much as she claims it is. Now, is it? And also, there's a big difference between being an expert and having an interest. Okay. A very big difference. I'm not even sure why the judge allowed this person to testify because she clearly is not an expert that has any scientific methodology to get to the answer that she got to. She literally just went, oh, it looks like it. I think it is. So it is. Like, that's literally it. She also said she's the only expert on planet Earth that can opine about this. And then when Hank kind of called her out and was like, well, what about a dog trainer? Because that's who the defense plans to call. Then she backed it up to, oh, well, maybe a dog trainer could do it then. After she just claimed to the defense that only a doctor could be qualified to do that. Like, so it made her not credible anyway. Like, you never know. She might, like, I mean, it showed the jury that she was lying, like it's not the witness. They want the Commonwealth to have to call like Proctor and Albert and all those people. And they can't, that's not how it works. They want to be able to cross-examine and not have Proctor on direct. You can't impeach your own witness. So that's half of their problem. Like, yeah, it's seriously improper. They can call the witness if they want. You know what I mean? They can call. They're not getting shit. It's another, throw it to the wind and throw spaghetti at the wall, give the cult a few talking points that they know it's going to be denied, Yes, they do have to file a motion. But once again, I don't know what, like, they're throwing things at the wall per per usual. You know, this is something we've seen them do since the first trial, you know? My God, imagine. She got a dog suit she crawls into, you know? She gets her meatball subs in her dog suit, guys. Like, oh, the defense wants to be able to argue it in closing? Yeah, no, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Tubs of peanut butter and an old Chihuahua. It is a ridiculous motion. Like, well, yeah, he had a hissy fit because he knows that if the Commonwealth doesn't, Hank kind of backed him into a corner. Hank's like, I'm not going to call them. You want to call them, go ahead, but I get him on cross. You can't impeach your own witness, so let's do this, right? Like, that's essentially what Hank did, was back them into a corner. You either call him or you don't as the defense. You can't, and then he got mad, of course, because he knows that means that Hank would get him on cross. She gets happy breathing when she gets mad, too. She gets really frustrated and mad. She seems like one of those people, Barbara. Can we just get news that one of the Manson girls actually was recommended for parole? It is so, it's very nice, everybody, this morning. Now, remember, you guys, I'll be ducking out any minute now. I'll bring my phone with me. I'll have you guys on stream.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, hold an indictment within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
He sends them to everyone.
Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Seafood.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did
I'll
anyone
send it to the
happen
email.
to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook it. Dr. Russell,
I will. Simpson. Imagine she had
set
her
up if you want to.
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May I?
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say? I
wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered?
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with your report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
And Mr. Lessie, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so did Mr. Lessie help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
You had any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential
And
diagnosis.
so after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year,
All right, got it.
June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
Yes,
you
please.
testified to. You want to
Yes,
see it again?
yes.
Okay. By the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I asked you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Did you have
I'm
any
leaving my
advice last night
Hopefully
about
it
that?
doesn't happen again.
Yes.
Tracy,
Who told you
thank
last night
you.
that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Lessie.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
It's a sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we
during your
didn't. We didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I
order
didn't.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay, who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver.
When
Oh,
you-
no, I wasn't with him yesterday. No. Not in the car yesterday, no.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out, when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to this sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver, yes.
Who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just the sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No,
I'm sorry, but I'm asking about this case.
that was it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some concept. There must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he tell? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Transcript. Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. Take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than, you couldn't be 100% certain?
That looks consistent.
You want more time with the transcript?
No.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date?
Yes,
May I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that, disregard that, James.
May I approach?
Yes. What page you want us to?
23. June 21st, 2024, Doctor.
June 20.
Page 23, line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? What did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you. Have that back?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it,
Sure.
that sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes,
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you described methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you've engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There
For
is no
instance.
standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source. There is no recognized community. There's no certification. There is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer review articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer review articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier. The article with the lead author of Dr. debunking, and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, one, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
No, absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make and nurse practitioners and the like make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites, if you would, if you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the method and the articles that I read. The numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely wanted to be in this case. You weren't sought out. You sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs, and that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could have caused these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes,
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
yes,
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
grouping number 1, yes,
Number 2,
yes,
number 3,
yes,
4,
yes.
5.
Which did
I'm
you call
sorry, this
4?
one,
4,
5.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we can have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified on June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe
course.
so, but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
So do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day, no. I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape, and very similar to the nails that the canine teeth of dogs. So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell the difference between teeth and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Individually, well, okay, that's a very interesting question. Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
Well, when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
It wasn't until I began asking you questions and you had inconsistent answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that in the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of medical certainty? That what?
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails That is different than saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Do you remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that it was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder,
Mhm.
right? That this superficial, you agree with that still?
Yes,
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
yes.
Nails on a dog, oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the, you know, at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on the how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh, yes. Depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails, do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year, teeth or claw marks, right?
I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding.
So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all that we need.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
May I approach?
Yes.
When you first testified on June 18th, doctor, you were asked questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18th, 2024 testimony. On page 37, line 7, the questions begin, and you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Yes, I said that which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
And then did you testify a couple days later and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report,
Yes.
after your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding Number one. Do you remember changing that opinion?
No.
Do you remember changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes.
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines,
Correct.
and the smaller ones are incisors.
Correct.
There are 6 incisors in a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth and even more specifically canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
I became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
And so after you did the report, you shifted from teeth and nails to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified, December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged. And each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth.
So
And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
you say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth.
Top,
Canines are some of the teeth.
upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact is there. And the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you, how could a dog pull this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Before you allow.
Do you remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle, pull this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that at
Remember
all.
that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone, let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound up
Yes.
there, closest, I agree. Yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me. Yep. Four, same. Looking at the wound alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for five and same for six.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny pinpoint almost lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with the methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number two, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that
No.
your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the
Okay.
exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these two scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these not exact, these two linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clearer opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
I'm going to object to the word that was used.
So-
It's been done before.
Mr. Brennan, worded differently.
Sorry?
Worded differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Can you
approach?
just hold 1 second? Could you please turn the fan off? Juries, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better? Thank you very much.
May I approach?
Yes.
From your December hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth, weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5?
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent incisor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set
Yes.
up there close to the shoulder. And then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said, I'm not sure.
And then, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you done?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. What is it? So, however, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter of factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believed.
And today you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You were
Yes.
asked, what do you think? And you didn't say, well, not 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth. And now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone, you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
I don't know.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
Yes, it could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Mhm.
A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me. Pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part
That's
of the
exactly
arm?
what I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a lever, locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's lower jaw, you said maybe upper, maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No. nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But yes, I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, put that back up, please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along. When you first talked about these wounds, again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be,
Well, do you have the
Specific.
opinion today? I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
thank
Do
you.
you have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws?
Yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike the comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either a dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc, correct?
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's 2 linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed, you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends. It depresses. So you could have 2 prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the two can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question with that, so I'm gonna let that.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by 2 canine teeth.
And these, the distance between these two, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What did you come up with?
Visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No, I
actually
did
measure
not.
them? Did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them as you studied these wounds? Did you go through that process during your methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper or report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with a car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to say that these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with. And that forms a basis for me.
Do you really think?
I'm sorry, please.
Did you finish that answer, Dr.?
No.
Did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case,
Yes. Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information. That's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of accident and
Yes.
investigation, yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to say that you're not ACTAR qualified?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you ACTAR qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors.
Have you
Yes.
studied that before you
Studied.
gave this opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
Not before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at
And
photographs.
when you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Miss Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Miss Reed's broken taillight and see if where the break was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Miss Reed's Lexus was traveling on January 29, 2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Okay. Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass
Have you ever
in the
looked
picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when you were forming your opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at
I
the
don't.
pants?
I don't know if I looked at the pants.
So when
To
you
tell
say you
you the
didn't
truth.
see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see anything?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pant photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as
So
possible?
let's, yes, we'll come to sidelines.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with the motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see the bushes in the photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe lay?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are the instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries. Correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that received injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions, about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios,
And when you
several different
Sorry, she needs to answer.
several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity, no significant injuries from the neck down. And so, yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been? Standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground. I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask any
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear of the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian. Yes, not as a medical expert.
Can I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that there was one shoe off. Correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware. I have been aware of that. Yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat, there was not 2 inches of snow? It looks like dirt and grass.
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, it could be if the ground was frozen. If it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
You can take that down, please. Would there be any significance in your study in the foundation of your opinion that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm? Was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it
Please
important
do know the question you said.
when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours.
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having a trouble
Okay.
understanding the
It's
question.
my fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering
She's
as
not
much
having trouble.
facts
She doesn't know how to
as
answer
you
it.
could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury,
Mhm.
weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle. Yes?
That's correct.
I'm
You know
back.
the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken in missing pieces, yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken in considering this conclusion?
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time it?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in a certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's a That's why a broken taillight
Right.
could not have done that.
So you,
Yeah.
in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken.
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
Sure.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of a right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video.
Doesn't matter.
If we could put up Exhibit 10.
Lady's such a joke. It's hilarious to me that anybody could take her serious.
Could you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before.
And
The
could we
car,
have
the vehicle parked. Yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I didn't. I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that.
You can't
Oh,
see it?
yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So
Yeah.
seeing this
Yeah,
photograph
up
now
there
for the first
in the
time
taillight.
doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
Got it.
You had,
You're an idiot, lady.
as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, in this case, you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision. Do you listen
in
to
the
witness
carpet.
testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do
Yeah,
that?
what the hell?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I listen? Did I take witness statements?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Oh,
Have you
Thank you.
listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No, what do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about? Did I hit him or something of
Nope.
that? I don't. What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020, Nightline, docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact or collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
very clear.
Have you
She'll
seen
lie.
any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after
Right.
you formed your opinions, did in any way
Exactly, Joy.
change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a
For you?
stressful event,
matter.
many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you a
Very common.
psychiatrist now?
And they do things that
No.
seem to be irrational. They ramble. They
Russell Hudson,
they
everyone.
act
There it is.
bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes
What about those big
tend to
years later?
blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen
Yeah.
this many
Oh, you're a
times in the emergency
psychologist.
department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
Yeah, no. Does it happen
Exactly.
a year later when you go
Or
and
two.
speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see?
You know,
Later, year and a
Yeah,
half
she's
later?
very.
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
But in parents' case, it's years, right?
Now, when you looked at the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have exhibit 147B, please? On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor, like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
No. Why did she just say, okay? Okay, come on up. Come on up. Let's talk about how there's been swabbed and there's nothing there. That door's been opened a long time ago. That should have been a quick and easy. No, we're not having a sidebar in this. This is something we've already discussed. It's getting discussed. End of story. Like, this shouldn't have needed a sidebar. There's no reason for one. Sidebar number 2, I think. I know I was gone for a little bit, guys, but I am obviously back now and also having a proud mama moment for my baby. She looked so cute. She was so excited. If you could do me a favor while you're all here, there's more than 200 of you. You can hit the like button, the subscribe button, share the video with people who don't know we exist. There are lots of people that don't even realize our channel exists and have been looking for somewhere to watch this trial and not fall into the echo chamber of nonsensical thinking where some vast conspiracy exists in that world. And we want them to find us, we want them to find us. You can support the channel one of a bunch of different ways. One of the ways are the ways that are right here on the channel, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Revolut. And then we have a link for those of you who want to do debit or credit. All of that information is in the description of the video. It's also on the channel page itself on YouTube with all of the links on there. We also have super chats and super stickers and memberships back. So those are also an option if that's something that you want to do to support the channel. We appreciate it no matter how you do it. Oh, let me fix my microphone here. I totally forgot to switch it yesterday. You guys let me know if you hear an echo, okay? I'm going to change microphone. And you tell me if you hear echoing. Now, do you hear echoing? I always read the comments for free. You don't have to donate to the channel for me to read the comments. I highlight everybody's comments, whether you donate or not. I try to interact with every single person on the stream more than once, obviously, because here, it doesn't matter whether you donate or not. Here, okay, here, perfect. Thank you, Mark. Here, it doesn't matter. I highlight everybody's comments because everybody has really important, awesome things to say. And I find it actually better for just myself, even, that I learn things from you guys. You learn from me, I learn from you. It's a freaking win-win in my book.
to integrate your audience into your show, especially if you're doing live streams. I understand why people can't do it for long form videos that are already edited and made. But for me, when it comes to live streams, it seems like it would be a no-brainer to want to interact with your audience. I want my audience to feel like this is a place where they can come and have their voices be heard. That I am reading their comments, that other people can see their comments. Because remember, I put them on the screen for more than one reason. One, so that you all can see them. But two, because there are people who are watching us on different platforms. So they're not in the live chat. They can't see these comments unless I put them on the screen. So I put them on the screen. That's why when Michael, for instance, when he says something on X, I put it on the screen because those of you in chat on YouTube can't see it because he's commenting from X. So I put it on the screen so all of you can see what Michael has to say and vice versa. I think it's important, you know. I sound distant. Maybe if I jack up the, let me see if I need to turn it up a little bit. No, it's already high on the end of, it's like on the higher end. Actually, I just turned it down a little. Hank will say, is this still your opinion with no dog DNA on Jack? Oh yeah, he's getting into like the taillight. Did they talk about the taillight being in the shirt yet, or did I miss that part? I know I missed, you know, a big chunk of this morning, and I'm obviously going to have to go back and watch it. That's very clear. But, and yes, I texted Tracy because she, of course, did it right when I was walking out the door, but I texted her, and I said I was able quickly on the stream to say thank you, because as she hit the button, I literally was hitting the screen to go. I had to actually run back upstairs because I saw that the screen was off on my phone. I was like, uh-oh. So I had to come running back upstairs before I got in the car with my sister and fix the screen and then run back downstairs. So yes, we appreciate you, Tracy. Thank you, my friend. And I texted her as well. Okay, good. Sounds better now? Perfect. That was super, super nice of you. WCVB reporting during the sidebar, the photo of O'Keefe's tattered body remains on the courtroom screens. A couple jurors are looking at it. What the dude? Why is it still on the screen? I'm surprised the judge hasn't flipped out about it being taken down, you know? Oh yeah, you're right. Boop. I gotta fix this. My stuff's all messed up because when I went to New Hampshire, I unplugged everything and had to move everything to get my computer out and stuff. So it's not at the angle I prefer it at, that's for sure. So I'm going to fix that now while we have a second to do that.
Longer than any of us wanted to do while you're
Morning
sick.
break,
So
right?
we're
Watch.
going
As soon as I get back,
to
of course.
continue what we're doing, but we will give you the morning recess. So that's about a half an hour or something.
A half an hour? Did she just say a goddamn half an? She better make sure that that lunch break ain't an hour. Are you freaking kidding me? A half an hour? What the hell is wrong with this judge? Y'all need a half an hour to argue this out? Like, come on, man. That's absurd. Absolutely freaking absurd in my book. There is actually no real life reason that she would need to take a half hour break. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Okay. Thank you.
That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Jurors, exit the courtroom, please be seated.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix this right now.
All right,
guys
Mr. Leslie, I'll hear you.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Please, no. Please, for the love of God, no. This is why she said a half an hour.
Mr.
I
Leslie,
know.
I'll hear
Falling
you.
apart.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, those bangs, dude. I'm telling you. Karen Reed must have done both Little's bangs and Marie Russell.
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay, it's being removed.
Oh, wow. The jury's not even there anymore. What are you complaining about? We do love you, Michael. We do. Guys, see, now I knew he was watching, even though I know he hadn't commented because it's on X. So
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney
I love you for
Brennan,
that. Let those
Just
ads
with
run.
regard to Dr. Russell, in open court, in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the
Mistrial, yeah.
defense
Go ahead, come on.
moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of
Yes, there has.
DNA
Yes, there has.
with regard to
Yes, there has.
the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had in the first trial had
talked
a
about
witness,
DNA, he's a
Terry
liar.
Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA.
Please.
As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA.
Well, that would leave
with
DNA
regard
with a tooth,
to
dumbass.
representations that Attorney Brennan has made that
leave dog
somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice. It is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the absence of, supposed absence of DNA.
That's right.
The alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object and object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial or perhaps did it is irrelevant to this trial, as your Honor has admonished several times. What happened is, this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor,
he's serious.
Because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA.
It's not. There is no DNA.
The prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable.
They have the
that cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed
They're
is
allowed to say there's no
entitled
DNA
under the Constitution,
because Dr. Russell
under
asserted that a
the
tooth
Massachusetts
would
Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy
so ridiculous
is a mistrial with prejudice.
The only remedy is for you to sit the fuck down because it's not happening, sir. You're desperate. Desperate is another word. He's throwing a giant temper tantrum.
Inquiring with Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's
Bingo,
be
he's on a
clear.
cross.
The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA
They
in
know.
the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do
It'll be
so in
denied.
rebuttal. It is
They love
clear
yelling.
these witnesses
It's for
are
the
on the
cult.
witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case.
Oh,
Dr.
100%.
Russell
100%.
herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it. She discounted it. She created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was
That's
part
right.
of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of
desperate.
dog
They know
DNA
this is bad.
in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient. It might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper. It's
Yes,
not
Lindsay, he is.
unconstitutional. It's not irrelevant. It's very
He's
relevant.
asking.
It is
not going to happen.
powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions
That's why he did it.
about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of
Nope.
Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope
That
of
have
direct.
nothing
This
to
is
do with
not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion, because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA
Always the
played.
big constitutional
Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence, because it shows her inherent
Was already
bias
thinking.
in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Your Honor, may I have a brief 1 minute?
No.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Wilson.
Your Honor, a key misstatement
It's denied.
of
It's
fact
gonna be-
that Attorney Brennan
Anyway,
just
shut up.
made. He said
Where
that
are we going?
Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog
He's a bad
DNA.
deer.
The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response
million.
to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcript.
It's always
right
in
with-
response to a question,
She
you
never
dumbass.
raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross
There's
said,
no dog.
did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't
Oh, yeah, it's 100%
raise
gonna be
it.
denied.
I
Brennan's
heard it.
1,000%
I
correct.
was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give,
Doesn't
that somehow the
matter. They
defense
have
brought this
the right.
topic up before, is incorrect.
Denied,
The
sir.
second point, Mr.
Denied.
Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask
He
the
does.
question. To have a
He has
good faith
DNA.
basis,
No dog
he
DNA.
has to
He has
have
good faith
some
basis.
admissible
You
evidence
idiot.
that he's
He
got
does.
for it. He has
does.
no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be
He can use it anytime he
improper
wants.
in this trial for that reason.
You're
The other
improper. Your
2
entire
points
fucking defense
quickly.
is improper, sir.
Mr.
They know it's
Brennan
not going well. They're gonna try
alleges an
anything to stop
absence
this.
of dog DNA with regard to these
Exactly.
wounds in the right arm.
No, there's no chance. Zero
There
chance.
was no
None.
swabbing of the wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major investigative flaw in this case.
No, it isn't.
That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there
Who says
are,
it like that?
with regard to the hoodie, that was one, I believe, swab taken,
Ridiculous.
and we don't know much about it, but
Listen
what
to
we
me, 'cause
do
I
know
know.
about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded, virtually left on the floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital, carried around by Mr. Proctor for weeks, maybe even months, not
fake
submitted
outrage
for
is
testing
hilarious.
for months.
They know
There
this is
are
bad.
huge issues that prevent
Huge.
a
Yes,
fair
without a doubt.
determination about
You're
whether
right.
there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not.
Hypocrisy is
So in
amazing.
conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with
It's
regard
part of
to the
her
right arm of the
opinion.
hoodie.
She
It's always
discluded
been the
it.
prosecution. We
Doesn't
were
matter.
meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution
This isn't
needs
New York,
to
buddy.
live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
No.
They have 30 seconds.
No. Denied. Yeah, it's a tantrum because he knows it's going so bad. This is their only way out.
The
He's
defense
hoping
can
that they
pound
don't
their
try it
fists
again.
and yell as loudly as they want.
Yep.
But they can't change truth
Yep.
and reality. Whatever the motivation is for wanting a mistrial can't be based on a claim
No.
that the
There is an
prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Lanigan hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 22nd, December 12th, 2024 transcript, I direct the court to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time.
They're
Despite his
YouTubers.
words,
What page?
we have page 83, line 21. We have page 122, line 14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination. And there are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly mistaken by Attorney Alisi. Wholly.
All right, thank you. We'll give everybody a half an hour.
All right.
Wait, you just gave the jury a half an hour, so now you give them another half an hour because you're giving them a half. I mean, that's absurd. By the way, yes, just to ease everyone's mind, they do have a good faith basis. All of that was a literal listen to me because I yell and I smack my fists and I scream about the Constitution in a mistrial. I need to give the cult something to talk about. I know this will be denied, but this is going very, very bad for our side. And if we don't attempt it, we will look like idiots. So we're going to attempt this Hail Mary that will never be allowed. There is no mistrial coming. Wah, 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 wah. No, Bob, you don't get a Snickers, bro. Okay? Sorry. I don't know how Dr. Russell lives with herself with the lies that she's able to tell on that stand, but I'll tell you this. If I'm the jury, I know. You can thank my friend Tracy. My friend Tracy got 60 memberships this morning, so a bunch of you got them. I don't have any idea who did because I was literally walking out the door for my kids' thing, but they have a great faith basis to talk about the fact that there is an absence of DNA all over that clothing. Dr. Russell's talking about a tooth going in. If a tooth went into the clothing, guess what? That would leave behind saliva, which is DNA. Hank has every right to explore it. It is in the scope, number one, because of that. And number two, they have the results that there's no dog DNA on those pieces of clothing, on that piece of clothing, from every hole in the shirt was swabbed. Every single hole. Whether they swabbed the wounds or not is irrelevant because it would have went through the shirt. Common sense, okay? They know that there's no dog DNA. All that was a show. It was a show for the mob and the cult, and a banging and a pounding of Alessi's fist like he does, to whine and bitch about a mistrial, to just hope that maybe the judge gives it to them, which there's zero chance of happening. Maybe the judge gives it to them, and then the Commonwealth doesn't want to spend the money to actually retry her, which I doubt highly that they wouldn't retry her, because in this case, they know the damage it has done. Nobody's apparently ever told Bob no before, you know? He might be related. He's doing it for the cult. He's doing it for the talking points, for the media, for the headlines. He knows there is zero chance that a mistrial will be called. There is no basis to argue that whatsoever. None. Zero. That is the weakest legal argument I have ever heard in my entire effing life. And they've made some pretty freaking weak legal arguments, as we know, folks. Some pretty weak ones. Like, that was by far one of the weakest. Their motions to dismiss, their motions to move for directed verdict, their motions for mistrial. Like, I mean, come on, stop it. Stop it, please. Like, if they could have caused a mistrial already themselves, they would have. I honestly believe they've been trying to, because this is going so bad for them. They know there's going to be a guilty verdict. They know it. Joy said they have a good faith basis because they didn't find it. Of course he wants to use it, Bob, because it obliterates your lame, unqualified expert witness. Stop the bad acting. It's embarrassing. And I will remind everybody that Joy's an actual real life attorney who, you know, like, Alessi also lied and said Proctor said John's clothes, well, yeah, were in a car for months, which was a bold-faced lie, as we know it now. That lie was spread around for a long time with the cult. Yeah, exactly. So 45 minutes, and then she'll give them an hour for lunch. And, you know, this judge really needs to stop with the. Let's get real. Before she just walked into her chamber, she knew she was no chance she was calling a mistrial. She doesn't need a half an hour. She doesn't. She does not need a half an hour. She already knows right now what she's going to do. All right. Any judge, no matter what judge was on that stand, would know immediately what they were doing. That is the most ridiculous legal argument I've ever. Call a mistrial because we don't like the fact that they're talking about the absence of dog DNA. Why? Because they didn't bring in the expert that tested it this time around in their case in chief. Well, they don't have to when Dr. Russell is saying that a tooth went into the shirt and pulled a piece of yarn out. And okay, well, if a tooth went in, right, exploring that avenue that Dr. Russell says in her opinion, right, that would remain that there would be some canine DNA, which, as we know, there is none of. So that's absurdity. Like, I mean, he deserves his money back if he took acting classes. I mean, I'd pay him to stop acting. He's not good at it. Like, right? It's like Oprah. You get 30 minutes. You get 30 minutes. We all get 30 minutes. Hey, like, do smash some cups and shit too. Like, everyone gets 30 minutes. Do a dance and everything. Like, let's do it. Like, yes, lots of thanks to Tracy for those of you that got memberships today. That's Tracy bought a bunch of members, like 60 total. Thank you, Tracy. We appreciate it. They know they're losing, and they know they're losing big time. They're extremely desperate. They were desperate when they pulled Kelly Dever into this. And then that went really bad for them. And the fact that they even have Lucky Loughran at the court shows you how desperate they are. You know, like, just how desperate. It's absurdity. Like, well, that's exactly it. He wants them to do their dirty work for the whatever time Karen's still out of jail, because she's going to need that money for appeals, right? So rile them up some more. Rile them the heck up. That's what he wants at this point, you know? The louder Alessi yells, the more you know how bad the day is going for them. They were idiots for bringing Dr. Yeah, I mean, Dr. Russell is bad, just so bad. Like, we all knew this. We all knew it would be a goddamn comedy show. I'm sad that I missed a bunch of it, because I know there were a lot of laughs that I missed this morning with Dr. Russell. I guess you guys are going to have to fill me in, or after the show, I'm going to have to go back and look at it, because, oh boy, like, oh boy. Did anyone else notice Bobby say Proctor carried the clothing around with him for? Yeah, they were saying that like 2 years ago, like, oh, it was in his car for 6 weeks. Like, buddy, no, nope, no, it wasn't. And guess who was with him? Sergeant Buchanan was with him. It was never in his car for weeks or even days. That never happened. It's just a bold-faced lie. It was logged into evidence. I don't know about Massachusetts, but we Colorado lawyers don't scream and yell and act like babies who can't play nice in the sandbox. Bob is behaving like a grandstanding fool. Most judges here in Massachusetts would never allow that behavior, what we just saw from Alessi. Most judges would have stopped him in his tracks and said, bring your tone down. That's unnecessary. Like, who are you like screaming and yelling at? Like, I've never seen
thank you so much for
any
watching Aaron retrial.
of the Massachusetts judges that I've ever watched before allow this kind of theatrics in their courtrooms. Again, Alessi's from New York. He's not even from Massachusetts. He's a New York practicing attorney. He just seems to forget that he's actually in Massachusetts half the time. So, you know, he knows that that argument doesn't hold water. That's, of course, why he was screaming and yelling. You know, they're like screaming and yelling and pounding his fist. And you can always tell when they're trying to Hail Mary because they get Alessi to get up there and scream about the Constitution when the actual issue has nothing to do with the Constitution. A constitutional right, and that's what it'll say. Oh, my client's constitutional. Can anybody answer my question on why the hell does he say defendant? Can someone tell? Is this what they teach you in law school in New York? Do they actually teach you to say defendant that way? Like, is that real life? Like, I just want to know. In other states, do they actually teach you to say defendant that way? I have never in my friggin' 30, almost 9 years of living, ever heard somebody say defendant. What? Like, what? What? Oh, yeah, he freaking absolutely knows. Absolutely. It's for the horde. It's exactly what it's for. Yeah, I mean, I'd need to be sedated if I was Karen and if I was on that defense team at this point. Not only is it baseless, it's the most ridiculous legal argument I've heard thus far. We want a mistrial with prejudice because we don't like that Mr. Brennan brought up the absence of DNA. We've been very meticulous to not say the word DNA. You do not get to decide what words the prosecution uses or doesn't use. A word does not cause a mistrial, sir. If that was the case, your words would have already. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a single word that you don't like that's not the way it works, bub. Like, well, that's exactly what it is. You know what I have written down? Dramatic defense diaries. That's what I wrote down. Dramatic defense diaries. Diary of an old, angry, failing trial lawyer. That's what I'm going to call the chapter of Alessi. I wrote it down. I swear to God, it's right here. I wrote it down. I got a whole bit for that. Oh, well, yeah, they're gonna, you know, unfortunately. You know, it's funny because and then it'll be lunch at 1 o'clock. Exactly. Speaking of them, right? All right, I know I was gone for a little while, but we've been on 2 hours, 47 minutes and some seconds, right? By now on them grifting channels, these people have made hundreds of dollars in donations, hundreds of dollars of super chats, super stickers, memberships, and direct donations, right? I don't even normally break $100 per show. And I'm still here. The reason they refuse to acknowledge the truth is because they know that once they do, all of those dollars and cents dry up. They dry up and they dry up quickly because they're not, once you don't pander or once you realize you're wrong, right? Which in my opinion, at this stage in the game, there's nobody that doesn't know that they're wrong. They're just saying it for clicks and views and money at this point. They know that they're wrong and they know what legal arguments hold weight and which ones don't and which ones are absurd, but they're not going to say that out loud. Do you see what happened to the lawyer you know yesterday when he said it out loud? Literally, there were droves of cultists saying, we're tagging the sewer turtle. Like, I can't believe you would say such a thing. And then tagging the sewer turtle as if he was like being told on to his mommy. Like, I can't believe I'm so angry with you for him telling you the truth. You're angry. For the first time in his probably miserable life on this case, he told the truth and you're angry because he told you the truth. Why? Oh, it's because it's not something you want to hear. And so he'll probably lose quite a bit of money for saying that, which he probably will never make that boo-boo again. But when you have over 100,000 subs, it really shouldn't matter if you're telling people like, you should be telling the truth, because even if people don't like the truth, you have enough subscribers to make up for people who leave because they don't like the truth. Like, do you really want your core audience to be people that you have to lie to get them to believe you? Do you really want your core audience to be people who harass and intimidate and bully other people? Because I sure the fuck don't. That's not what I want my community to be about. I want my communities to know that that's unruly, unhinged behavior. And if they're engaging in that, then let's get you some mental health help, because it's unacceptable. It's not okay. Like, Red Sky said there's not even an order prohibiting the mention of it. No, there isn't, that I'm aware of. I don't see how he can ask. He can't, He's asking for a mistrial because he doesn't like how this is going for his client. That's exactly it. He's desperate. They're desperate. They know this is going very badly. Very, very badly. So she rode to the court with Alessi. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? And the defense thought that was like cool, like, Dr. Russell, you want to ride? Like, remember, the ARCA experts ate lunch with them. Like, rode to the court with the defense? Oh, you mean with the guy that wrote your report? That's shady as fuck. And believe you me, they know now. I mean, the defense, first of all, for the defense to even make that, decision, I really do question whether they are doing this on purpose, if they're trying to cause ineffective counsel on purpose. You're supposed to be seasoned attorneys making these really awful, terrible choices. It almost seems like it's on purpose. They're setting it up so that she can try to appeal because they know she'll lose. I don't see any other reason how you would continue to make these ridiculous, absurd mistakes that are going to bite you in the ass. Red Sky said, they think if this results in a mistrial, the Commonwealth won't retry Karen. I think if the jury deadlocks again, they will. I think they will. I think the Commonwealth will try her as many times as they have to until they get a result. They'll have motions ready to plead to keep her out of prison while appeals are in progress. Anything to get Karen another day of Tito's. You won't claim him? You don't want to take him back to New York with you? No? My friends who are in New York tell me they don't want him back either, so. I don't know why she hasn't, Francesca. I definitely would have, interrupted some of these attorneys. I think I found the most appalling was yesterday when she called Hank on argumentative, and he barely had been raising his voice or anything like that. And it's like, lady, are you in a different trial? You're the judge. You want to call argumentative? How many times have you should have told the defense to cut that out? Just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, he's from New York. That half hour feeds the cult some meat to clog their channels with praise and speculation for Bob and Bev maybe granting mistrial. No, but it's not. You're right. It's not happening. There's no chance. Well, culture, I think it's there's no chance. Zero chance. And they know that. Yeah, no, zero chance. Anybody who knows law or is an attorney or works in the legal field or criminal justice field knows just how utterly ridiculous and absurd that was. And they would be lying to you if they said that there was ever a chance in hell they would get a mistrial for that ridiculous, what we just saw Alessi doing. What he basically just did was pound his fist, cry and whine, scream and yell and go, Your Honor, mistrial, Constitution, mistrial, when, no remedy. The prosecution can't. I don't like the word DNA. This is going bad for us. Please give us a mistrial, Your Honor. Scream a little. Meh, be afraid of me and give me a mistrial. I'm Alessi. That's what just happened. That's what just happened in a little bowl. That's just what happened. Yeah, there's a 0%. Remember I told you guys when they started appealing things the last time and they were like, oh, they're going all the way up to the SJC. And then after the SJC, they're going to SCOTUS if they have to. And I said to you guys with a very stern face that there was a 0.0% chance that any appeal would actually work for her. And it was 100% going to be slapped down all the way. And some people were like, well, that's a bold assertion, Elise. That's a bold to say that there's no chance, none at all. And I'm like, it's not. There's a ton of legal precedent for what she was trying to argue. She's trying to argue that she was found not guilty on something because jurors after the trial say they voted not guilty. Except the problem with that is the jury can keep voting and voting and voting. They never wrote anything down and sent it back. Nobody ever had a question, according to those notes, on all of them agreeing on anything, maybe in one vote. But you have to get down to, they could have changed their minds up until the second it's written down and handed off to the judge. There was no verdict because no verdict was written down and read in front of the court. There is a friggin' ton of legal precedent for what is a verdict and what isn't. Them agreeing on a not guilty in that jury room, and then funny enough, some of these jurors coming out after the trial is over and saying, well, we did vote not guilty. First of all, is highly suspicious. Secondly, is a whole reason why after jurors released, you can't buy half the shit they're selling, because they realize the publicity of it. And some of them probably realized, hey, I'm going to be harassed into oblivion if I don't get on the other side of this and just say that I voted for her not to be guilty. And so that's why they can't take anything that jurors say after they've been released as something truthful. Not that it would matter anyway, because a verdict is a verdict and no verdict is no verdict. So when people still scream, well, she was found not guilty, she was acquitted. She was not acquitted. That was slapped down all the way from SCOTUS down. And I told you guys a long time ago, there was a 0% chance any of those appeals would win, because there is too much legal precedence to show what a verdict is and what a verdict is not, and what constitutes it. And they knew that. They knew that too. They wasted their time. They wasted the money to rile up the mob. Like, she can't rule for mistrial on this. Like, there's like, even though she leans heavily defense, like there are certain things a judge can do and can't do and has to follow when it comes to procedural. She literally can't. There's no basis for a mistrial here. So, oh yeah, they know they will. They know they will. The Commonwealth said after the first trial, they will try her as many times as they have to. As many as they have to, right? Great minds do think alike, my friend. A lie circles the world before the truth rounds the corner, Francesca's, and you're right about that, my friend. We've seen it a billion times. Like, yeah, they don't care as long as money keeps flowing in. They want it for Karen. They want it for their content creators. And the people he kept looking at next to him are two pro Karen Reed content creators on YouTube. Now, ain't that about a bitch of a shock now, isn't it? Like, yeah, he's from New York. Yeah, he does. And I think he's kind of sick of it. I'm not going to lie. He was at least a reputable attorney in Massachusetts. And a lot of the people that used to work with Yannetti or used to think highly of him have now, at least privately to me, changed that opinion of him. And they actually told me they don't know what the hell he's thinking, that he should have bowed out of this the second some shady things started happening. That this was not a good look for him. And it was mostly, they think that Karen didn't think Yannetti could handle it, and they thought that he could have. She wanted Jackson to basically run that show. But when you want someone like that to run that show, then you risk all the shady, nonsensical shit happening, and it's under your license, so you're responsible. You can't say you didn't know. That's not a defense to say, well, I didn't know what other counsel was doing. It's your requirement of allowing them to practice under your license to know what the hell they're doing. You know? No, he's not a trial lawyer. He's never done a trial before. He's never done a trial before. And I didn't know that in the beginning of this. And I kept saying, like, this has to be his first trial. There's no way he's done a trial before. None. Zero. Because you can tell he droves on and on, completely loses the jury, makes no points, and any points he did make, he's out, gone. Like, they're gone because the jury's falling asleep, not following his long compound questions and his comments, and then having to re-ask to the point where numerous witnesses are like, I don't even understand what you're saying, or numerous witnesses saying that question doesn't even make sense. I can't even answer that. Like, the jury's like, is this guy new? Is he brand new out of the box? Is he just plugged in? Like, what's going on here? Like, oh yeah, well, Hank comes prepared, my friend. Hank comes prepared. Like, cool, let's go back and look at those transcripts, Alessi. You were the one that talked about it with Dr. Russell. Thanks, though. Donna, that was Tracy. She gifted a bunch of memberships, and a bunch of people got them. So we can thank Tracy for your membership. So word on the street, aka Nan the dumbass. Yeah. Hank is an idiot and backed himself into a corner, and he is making mistakes, and it should be dismissed on a mistrial ASAP. I mean, that lady really needs to go hide back in the cave that she came from, because if she is an actual attorney that has ever practiced a bit of criminal law, which I'm guessing she never has, I'm guessing she's a civil attorney, because as of what I saw the other day, she now has started advertising herself as something that she's not since she started talking about this case. And that before that, she had so she's scrubbed a lot of her stuff too, like her socials and stuff. She's scrubbed them of what her experience, which was minimal, had been, except she forgot a couple. And so somebody pulled those up and was like, this is what she's actually done. And then this is the bolstered stuff that she has recently bolstered. This lady is an idiot, has no idea what she's talking about whatsoever. And I can tell by the words that are coming out of her mouth. Either she's an idiot or just another grifter. I don't know. I don't think she's grifting, because she spends hundreds of dollars, 300, 500, 200 per stream, sending to all these different creators on the free Karen Reed side. So that means she's got money. So, I mean, you can be grifting for clout, for the attention. I mean, maybe that, but I mean, then it just leaves with, you're just an idiot. You're just an idiot. WCVB reporting, Reed hugs Alessi with one arm and rubs his back. One of the court officers is talking to Jackson at the front of the courtroom. Now they step into a back room and close the door. Yeah, exactly. We're telling on you. That's what they basically just the lawyer know. We're telling on you. Unless he's not a criminal defense attorney and he's never done criminal defense work. Yeah, that's what I thought. You can tell it's his first trial. It literally, yeah, it was environmental law as far as I understood it. That's what I understood. It was environmental law. So I was completely confused on why you would hire an environmental attorney for something like this. It's very clear. I do not find it weird that they didn't swab the arm. No, I don't. Nope. Yeah. So that's not out of the realm of things that they actually usually do at all. I know the cultists scream from the rooftops that, like, where, they didn't swab the wounds. They don't always swab the wounds, number one. Number two, the conspiracy theory did not come into effect until a year and a half later. So nobody would have known that they came up with this wackadoo conspiracy theory. So no, I do not find it odd they didn't swab the arm. That does not always happen. And they found pig DNA on the shirt. They swabbed every single hole in that shirt. So if a canine tooth got on there and the pig DNA was there, it stands to reason that if there was dog DNA, it would be in one of the holes. And it wasn't. There was none. Nothing. Not a hair. Nothing. There was no dog attack. None. Zero. None at all. Marie Russell's opinion has changed 4 different times, getting closer to what the defense wants her to say every single time, from being unsure to completely sure, but completely taking pieces of evidence like the taillight and taillight fragments in the shirt and saying, well, those don't really matter. Taillight fragments in the shirt? Why would that matter? Scientific and all, why would that matter? Like, that is utterly absurd. To say you're the only person on planet Earth in this country that's qualified, double then triple down on that and saying only a doctor is qualified, until Hank Brennan asks you, well, if a dog trainer would be qualified. And then when you know he's talking about another defense expert, you say, oh, well, maybe that one. That to the jury speaks volumes. That you're willing to say whatever the defense wants you to and give them whatever. Even if it doesn't go with your own theory that you just doubled and tripled down on, that only a doctor who's an ME, which, by the way, there are many. She makes herself sound like she's the only subset of who's ever been one to do those two things. She's an expert in clothing. She's an expert in psychology. She's an expert in tears. She's an expert. This lady is an expert in her own mind on everything. And I can't confirm this is just a rumor, but as I read yesterday, she even tried to market herself as an expert of gang tattoos, and that failed miserably. I mean, she's a shady character, that's for sure. There was no reason to swab his wounds. It was a pedestrian hit. It was very clear that that's what happened. There was no reason to swab his wounds. That dog bite theory didn't come up until over a year later. And so they swabbed. It wouldn't, you know what I mean? That's not something they always do, is swab wounds. That they don't always do that at all. Especially when it was very clear to them what happened. There were no reason to swab wounds at all. Yeah, I'm saying everyone could have done a little better, but at the same time, everybody expects that they should have not done. And like I saw somebody the other day say, "Oh, there's crime scene tape," but that crime scene, it's friggin' May, people. They attempted to do that. It was the wind was like a 30 and up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts that day. No tent and no tape. We're saying they tried to attempt to put tape and it started just flying away. So they had no choice. It was a blizzard, right? It was a blizzard. They had different circumstances than they did in the middle of right now, May. Like, you know what I mean? People seem to forget when they say stupid shit like that, like, oh, it's a crime scene. Look, they have crime scene tape. It's not the middle of a blizzard with the 30 to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, is it? Like, that's another thing. You're welcome, Stella. They struck it down. There was not SCOTUS only usually hears things if there's like a legal question that like hasn't been answered that needs to be answered. There are no legal questions in what Karen Reed was trying to do with that appeal. They struck it down because they said, we're not touching this, send it back down. Because there's no legal argument that hasn't been answered in law that's already established. That's why. There was no chance they were ever going to look at it, ever, for that very reason. They knew that, you know? And that's another thing. It's not an opinion. It's an absolute fact. There was no canine DNA, you know? Oh, it was absolutely good enough, you know? Well, the jury's not there. Remember, the jury didn't get to just hear all that screaming and yelling. I mean, they probably, if they're in a different room, they might have heard some yelling, but you know what I'm saying? Like they don't just get to watch Bob Alessi put those theatrics on. It's a defense strategy to like nod to the cult and to nod to like news stations. Like, we're screaming for a mistrial. We think this isn't proper. There's no good legal argument for that. There's no mistrial happening. I wouldn't be shocked. You know what I mean? It's just a cry for the attention and to rile up the mob so that when she does get found guilty, they can say, this is a miscarriage of justice. This is terrible. We need all of your help and all of your money for appeals. Help us, please. That's what it's all about. And so the grifters can continue grifting off of this case for years to come, falling in appeals, you know? Yeah, they did not hear that. Other than, yeah, they might have heard a little bit of squeaking. You know, his voice cracking. Jackson's from Cali, right? Tell Jackson to take him home with him. Like, that's it. Like, I think so too. I think that's the only connection that I could make is that connection that Arca has with him. It's the only connection I could make on why they would ever have someone like Bob Alessi in this trial. It doesn't make any sense at all. He and Jackson better hope she's driving a subcompact car these days when they try to break it off with her. She can't drive still. She's still not allowed to drive. She still has no license to drive, folks. If I was the judge, I would have stopped him from screaming like that. Was no need, you know? He was like a big baby. He needed a blankie and a bottle, and he needed to like sit in his, you know, rocking chair and watch some Matlock and knit a sweater. Like, you know, come on now. No, they will not know that it was requested. No, they will not. Yeah, the whole point is to taint the jury pool ahead of time or taint a jury pool again if you know what I'm saying, if that had to be tried again, like, did he seriously say in the extreme long shot chance that Karen Reed is convicted? It's not a long shot, folks. Let's make that abundantly clear. That man is a bold-faced liar who couldn't tell you if he peed 2 minutes ago, okay? He's literally allergic to the truth. He breaks out in liabilities everywhere. You know, that his liabilities is a very serious issue. He really needs to get some meds to get that liabilities under control, folks. Because his liabilities is through the roof. Oh yeah, a lot of them. They're either out of state, never practiced criminal law. They have no idea what they're talking about. They sound like utter idiots. And then I have to correct them. Or someone like you, Red Sky, has to correct them. Or someone like Joy has to correct them. And it's like, listen, I'm not an attorney, okay? But I've been studying law for, how old am I? Almost 39? 25 years? Like, ever since I was that kid at 12 years old on the stand, on the witness stand, that's the moment I knew I wanted to be an attorney. And as we all know, the story goes, I had a daughter with a terminal illness, who has a terminal illness, and that sort of and she's 20, set my life in a different path because her care came first. And I didn't get to finish out what I wanted to be an attorney. I hope maybe one day I can, but I know 10 times what these people know. They sound like utter idiots, utter morons, and they don't care. And they think, and the problem is because they're attorneys, no matter what kind, people tend to believe them and think that they're smarter or know better because they're attorneys. Like, it is what it is. People who actually know better think they're idiots.
All right, so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
Shock and
Sorry, I
horror.
did not address sidebar, the other issue that's under court's consideration regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion.
Yeah. I don't see it without a foundation. So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it. I do not believe that foundation has been laid yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Could you do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury?
Oh, yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have enough?
I'll work around it.
Okay.
I'll work around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury, that it should be done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay. If that's what the defense wants. Are you sure, Mr. Alessi?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, let me confirm with my. Yeah, okay. I am going to, yes, Your Honor, we are going to.
Oh, dear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're on the way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll be done very quickly, so I'll have to make that decision.
Are the lunches here? Probably not. Okay. Are they still over there? How long they are?
Did you start yet, or can you turn?
If they're downstairs on their way up, I don't want to stop them.
I could do it in 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Excuse me?
They're still over this way.
Great. Okay, they're going to stay.
Your Honor, if it might help, obviously, with such a very because based upon if Mr. Brennan only has 2 questions, I may have 30 minutes that I could, most 30.
This comment is false, by the way, by TV.
I have, if that affects Your
Completely,
Honor.
utterly ridiculous.
I just didn't want to stop them if they were on their way. They haven't yet gone downstairs.
No, I don't think they need to come.
All right, we'll do this now. Okay?
Yes, he is. He is as dumb as Melanie Little. He's a
Dr.
freaking
Russell,
idiot. I
during
believe
your
it.
review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole
I'm sorry.
question.
During your review, the defense provided you materials. Did they provide you the report of John C. Walsh, MD?
She has no chance of winning
Deputy
an appeal.
Medical Examiner.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I saw that
May I-
yesterday.
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Or- Thank you.
Dr.
Right.
Russell, did you ever review and receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And
That
regarding
was all.
Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with a dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard. I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I'd like to inquire.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had here with Recross, where witnesses disregarded it, and I was not allowed to pursue.
They
questions.
didn't disregard it. They
So I
used it.
believe
That's
under
not the same.
Standards that's been set in this trial, the proper foundation's been set.
Oh,
What do you say
please.
about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility, extolling her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they
Yep.
opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility and suggested that they're only person or a limited person in the entire country that could do this, they should
Yep.
be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts. And so
Yep.
this isn't affirmatively bringing in. This is when the defense continually opens the door and creates these issues.
What do you
Correct.
say, Mr. Leslie?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give two quick examples. Dr. Welcher, Trooper Ball, Dr. Squirty-Bello.
Those were two different things.
They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely. They even
She
had,
stops it every 5
as
minutes.
part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Squirty-Bello. You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Ball.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan, so you can mark.
What?
if you want, but for that reason, I'm not, for the reasons stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark.
Okay. All right, thank
Okay.
you, Hunter.
Doesn't really matter. Hank's got it anyway. It doesn't. But he's right. If she's going to claim she's the only person on planet Earth that can do it, I mean, I think that's already damaging enough, her saying that anyway. So it doesn't really matter one way or another whether she let it in. But I do think that was an awful ruling. Just saying. Hey, roller skate. I know I'm behind in the comments, guys. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm behind. You guys know me. I'm always trying to
Objection.
touch on everyone's comment.
Where are we?
What?
Is it in evidence now?
It's not yet. It will be.
Okay.
You're not just, you say it in evidence.
The DNA. It's not, right?
It is not. And
Okay.
is there a question?
Yes, it's open. I denied the motion and allowed the line of inquiry.
So get over yourself. What did you think they could have done it yesterday for? Because I didn't see anything yesterday they could have gotten it for. Well, the FBI stuff wasn't the she called the FBI to report it. So that's different. That's not, I saw people saying that opens the door to talk about the FBI investigation. No, it doesn't. And she was talking about her reporting this and talking to a legal department. That's something completely different. Oh my God. I'm like, who did her hair? The same person that did Dr. Marie Russell's bangs? Because whoever did that to Elizabeth Little's hair should go to jail. It's criminal what they did to her bangs. Okay. What, like, I can't imagine that she wanted them cut that way. Now she's sort of stuck with them be as short as they are, like parted in them. Like, I mean, that is so, whoever did that to her should be ashamed of themselves. I bet it was like one of those really high class ritzy places too, because for some reason they have shitty people that like do what they think will look good on you and not what you ask for, which pisses me off to no end, which is why I'll only go to certain hairdressers. I desperately need to dye my hair. My grays are out of control. Probably a good idea, Red Sky. No, they better not break for lunch now. That's not an option. Like, no voir dire. It was real quick, those two questions, to see if something was going to be let in or not. Doesn't really matter if they do or not. No, the jury was not there. It was like 2-second voir dire. Right? Exactly. Tell them to F off and move on, which, I mean, she did, but still, like, she shouldn't have. No, she's allowing it. She's allowing it. She's
Jurors, I
allowing the DNA.
appreciate your patience.
It was yes.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Shocker. They always do. Yes, about the DNA. Joe Dirt, right? Joe Dirt. I thought that too yesterday. I think anyone thinks they're stupid. Yes, DNA is allowed in. That line of inquiry is allowed.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about your differential diagnosis and your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm were not consistent with impact or collision with a car. I was asking you specifically about
Tracy
some of the
did.
things you may or may
Tracy
not have
got them this morning.
reviewed before you formed your opinion. You looked on direct examination at a photograph in Dr. Welcher's presentation, and it had a photograph of a person who had been hit and died as a result of a collision. Do you remember that photograph you looked at?
The photograph of which one specifically?
There was a gentleman
I've
lying
seen-
on the ground. His face was redacted, and there was
Oh,
some
that one. Yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And when you discussed that, what was the reason? What was your point in discussing that?
I was answering questions.
Do you know what the point was? What you were trying to
this lady.
deduce or?
No, I was
suggest?
just answering questions.
Okay. You have stated before that one of the reasons you do not believe that the injuries were the result of a collision or impact with the car is because there were no lower body injury breaks. Do you remember that?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
You would agree that a side swipe or a clipping collision is different than a front or a back immediate impact, like being run over. There's a difference, right?
In general, yes.
When you talk about the absence of lower body brakes, do you have any studies about the frequency or the likelihood of lower body brakes in a clipping impact as opposed to being directly run over?
No.
When you looked at that photograph that was shown to you on direct examination, did you look at the actual injuries that were listed for that gentleman and see that there were no lower body breaks?
I looked at all the injuries, yes.
And did you recognize in that photograph and slide that there were no lower body breaks?
Yes, I did. There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information in this case, did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm and showed the height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the text stream data? Do you know what text stream data is?
What?
Text stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that
Understand it.
data before you drew an opinion that the injuries were not consistent with the collision?
Well, first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So
Doesn't
the
matter.
answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence
Don't you want to talk
that
about it?
is
Think about it?
contradictory or different or maybe undermines your theory, do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and the information that was available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it. And I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Why does that
Did you know
matter?
anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements
Do me a favor,
were?
guys.
Did you learn anything about that?
Hit the like button,
No.
the subscribe button.
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight?
Didn't think the
Area.
lawyers
Yes.
understood it.
Did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had, my understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions. And so therefore there would be reason for,
Taillight housing lady.
either skin cells or DNA or possibly other,
cover.
hair, fabric, to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your conclusions, do you look at it as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor and try to value how little or how strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, scientist.
Bullshit, Mary
So you're
Lou.
not looking at it
Bullshit.
as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate, you're looking at it as an independent
I am-
professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
When you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please?
Yes, they do know they're losing it.
You identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
DNA is
We
in.
discussed
Yeah.
one puncture to the right sleeve. Yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience, when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can.
And? So it
froth
doesn't?
Is what they call it. Excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
No, it can't.
Some
it does.
dogs, yes.
And some
Not
dogs,
some, all.
they can shed hair, especially when they're interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes.
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
Yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So yes, I am aware that there were some swabs taken at some point.
Is that gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or a part of your medical objective opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
And so you're aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes.
UC Davis, do you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
Animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, in giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes.
In fact, what was found was pig DNA,
That's correct.
and there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you saw the information, after you claimed there is a dog, prove it, John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. You know, if you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive, you go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA. Yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
No.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You can't tell us anything based in fact to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, then you wonder why. And you want to know, was the test done correctly? Was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA process, did you?
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately or very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then, of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner, weren't you?
Yes,
When you were a medical examiner, when you examined a person or their body, you did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
yes,
Did you know at the time Dr. Scortabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
yes,
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
no,
And did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
still for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
Yes.
When a dog bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards in clothes, would you?
Correct.
And so in this case, when you were developing your theory and differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments of broken taillight that came from the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to level.
Did you consider that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please? Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Okay.
Enough with the damn sidebars already, man. It's a little redonkulous. Redonkulous. It is a sidebar shuffle, right? It's literally what it is. Like number 3. This is sidebar number 3, y'all.
Dr.
No, they
Russell,
did it when you 2 questions. That was
were
it.
you aware
And then they brought the jury back in.
that very small fragments, shards of plastic that match the broken taillight of the defendant's Lexus were found when criminologists scraped Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and sweatshirt?
There it is.
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that,
What'd you
did
do?
get a chance to see
Disregarded.
this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
She disregarded
Yes.
everything.
And would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass,
I agree
can
with you.
tear fabric?
I predict guilty as well.
Yes.
Would you agree
Yes.
that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I don't believe that fragments that are randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing
Randomly?
would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions that we saw in the arm.
Do you know how Mr. O'Keefe
That's
fell
hilarious.
to the ground and what movements his body and arm made as he fell to the ground?
Not definitely.
You don't know?
How? No.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes. Approximately, I think it was 20 feet. I initially heard 60, but around 20
Nope.
feet, I believe.
Oh, where'd you get
Do
60?
you think?
Media?
Do
Maybe?
you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
Exactly, Joy.
Yes, it did.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm?
You know, in reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision, but I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision. I was asking about his body.
So bad.
Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his
Cannot.
clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
Toast. They toast.
I have no further questions.
Oh, toast. Absolute toast.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Toast. You're a fucking quack lady. Toast.
Okay.
Absolute toast. Oh, 10. She knows she's going to jail. 10. Yeah, she knows 100% only on her opinion. That's what I find fun. Anything that helps defense of her opinion is gold. Everything else she just disregarded. And that's what the jury kept hearing. I disregarded that. What was after I wrote my opinion, but I disregarded it. But I'm a scientist, but I disregarded it. And of course, there are taillight fragments found in his shirt, but I disregarded that. And there's no dog DNA, but I disregarded that. And he moved, but there, like, lady, you are a freaking quack, and you are so bad for the defense. I don't know why they brought you. A powwow? Like, get on with it already, dude. You guys should be prepared. Like, what is happening? The judge should be stepping in here at some point and saying, like, are you ready? Or what are you doing? I bet AG was like, keep it short and sweet, Bob. Put Lucky on next. Please do Lucky next. Do Lucky next. She's a huge quack. She doesn't know that. They very well can cause that. She's an absolute quack, which is what Hank's trying to show. He's an idiot.
May I, Your
Yeah.
Honor?
Yes.
The
Thank you.
question that she said didn't happen.
Your
happened.
Honor, I would like to have published
Idiot.
what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay. Thank you, Joy, for your $25 donation. First one of the stream.
Dr.
Appreciate
Russell,
you, my friend. Thank
I have
you.
up this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about these alleged shards, can you tell the size of them from this depiction?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right. And if Mr. Wolk, you could go back, can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E.
And the point would be, because she can't see them, that they're not microscopic. What? That
With
literally proves the
regard
point.
to
They are
this
effing
depiction,
idiots.
do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above
Right,
those
debris.
pieces?
She knows what they are.
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Doesn't
Not
matter.
exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's go back to, flip back to the next slide. Does the, what is up in black help you reach any conclusion about whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not?
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic.
Exactly.
We can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
Because it was
All
blown
right, so
up.
they're
for you to
extremely
see it.
small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that
They blew
further
it up so you could
assist
see
you
it,
in your
dumbass.
analysis as
So-
to the size of these pieces?
16. So those looks like they're maybe a 16th
Right.
of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr.
They
Wolf,
can't
one
do
more
a
time.
third-party instruction.
So these
because they argue
pieces
third
are a
party.
16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to Exhibit 1.
Exactly. Proves her taillight touched him, but magically. it
Attorney
couldn't cause-
Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less
Obviously,
pieces
they
could
broke.
cause these
That's
types
not
of
what he said.
abrasions.
He'll fix it.
You
That's not what he meant,
have
but
address this issue, but I would like you
They're
to
not
answer
alleged.
whether
evidence.
those
They're there, right there in front of you.
pieces, a 16-inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer,
Maybe he did this on purpose.
how
so
do
he
you
could
come
go
to that
deeper into it.
conclusion? What is your thought
No.
process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the
Not even a
the
thing.
pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit, well, anatomically a little inferior to
Can't even
superior,
answer it.
ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the
Nothing
same
else
way. So
but
not only
dogs
were they those
cause
abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be
Exactly.
oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic
shit.
pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any,
I
that
know, he
those
needs to.
shards could
Needs to.
cause those
To show
wounds?
Yep,
You have
objection.
to ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell,
Well, give us the Russell hustle again that you've been giving us for hours.
please state your
Please tell us.
evaluation and conclusion and the
Dr.
basis
Bullshit.
for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic
Tell us they're not. That's what he's
1/16th
telling
of an
her.
inch
Tell us they're not.
and less
They
can
couldn't
cause those
So
abrasions
absurd. that-
on and
trying to
wounds
say
on
they
the
can.
right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Of
Is that a
course you-
close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
Oh, of course not. You're an expert on everything. We get it, doctor. Full
You
of
were
crap.
asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf.
For
You
what?
were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go section by section by section and evaluate each. He grouped these, I think, 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically
over, per
proper
usual.
way to evaluate this
Yes.
wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
Oh, she's supposed to look at them
At a
all as
scale,
group each,
is
group
it
each?
improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
She did
Dr.
no
Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns, because
punishment. Everything's a pattern
individual
with this lady.
wounds
The
can
pattern that you're a
vary,
liar.
but
That's a
the
pattern
pattern is what
that you lied.
is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this
Pattern
method
recognition.
that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the question asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? You recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
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 And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies and as part of your answer. Do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, and you are those studies peer reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes. So one of them was by Dr. DeMunick,
Here we go again with
and the
Munich.
other one was Dr. Pollock.
Pollock.
And by peer review, that means that it's the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specialties
So
of
if
the
we could just-
authors.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Doctor.
I'm
You
sorry.
finished?
The specialties of the authors, yes.
We could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay.
If I could have, Your Honor, for Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked
She's
for
such a quack.
identification, PPP
A
and
literal
QQQ. And I'll start with PPP if I could, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP to the, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. Demunich?
Yes,
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? Do you recall that discussion?
Sustained in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
yes,
Can you please take a look at exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section in that study that talks about and documents the methodology that you use in
Nope.
that study?
Because she didn't.
yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says
What?
here,
Objection.
dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower.
Oh, good. Read
Usually,
it so Hank can ask you.
mandibular
Dumbass.
dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla. And that means upper, lower and upper. Maxillar is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed. The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are.
Exactly. Thanks, Dr. Russell.
The forces.
If
Let me go to
you could
next.
find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
Yes, this next paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite, in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite,
So bad for her. Go ahead, read it. Do it.
muscle complex can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations, avulsions of the skin and soft tissue. Forensic pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound,
There's no puncture wounds.
a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that
That's
serves
right,
as an
we
anchorage,
don't
while
have.
the other teeth cut into the flesh,
What idiot.
causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
And now
Does
allows
that
Hank to use
study-
this thing. Idiot.
Support or not support
Doesn't
in the
support.
literature a pattern recognition methodology?
Idiots.
That's sustained.
What do you conclude from the language you just read in that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
That pattern recognition is very important.
That's not what it said at all.
Now what I would like, if I could approach Your Honor.
Okay. Like this was Munich. Now Hank uses this and lets her read the parts that disprove her bullshit.
If I could return this to Madam Court Reporter and please
Hilarious.
request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it to the
Exactly.
witness?
No
Yes,
evidence
thank
of
you,
lock
Your Honor.
bites. No evidence of punch.
I've now handed you what is marked for
Tears to the
identification as
skin
Exhibit
underneath. None of it.
QQQ. I would ask, please, that you, is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the Munich study, can you please articulate the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study?
Yes. So this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child. And they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances. Slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology?
What a dumbass for reading these.
Any other
Yes.
words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
No soup for you, Bob.
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the Morphology of Dog Bite Injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape. And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly
Who says that?
expected that
One who
all
wants it to
6
repeat it.
incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes,
How is it relevant?
because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You get
All what you
irregular
just read
appearances.
Before that,
There's another
says otherwise.
sentence that's
ladies,
important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting, curvature of the body surface,
Yep.
which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the
Excuse me.
arm.
Mr. Wu, can you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, would be helpful as you're discussing these items, if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's
good,
curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow, and so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds.
and what? But it didn't if by
Interposition
your
of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example of interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent in this case wearing any, is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I
It
thought
was
you
the
meant in this
decedent-
article, but yes, there was textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie sweatshirt
Please
or
continue.
sweater
Please.
shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as
Well, it
different
was
tooth
reported
lengths,
that there was
tooth loss,
by a
abnormal
newspaper.
teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
A lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know
It's not.
if you want to keep.
No,
You
I
want
don't
me
want
to
to, I
keep on
wanted to keep
reading.
reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying
It's
the
actually not.
most
Most of that
relevant
has nothing to
sections
do with
of
dog bites,
the
by the
article.
way, that article.
Yeah, this.
And also, reading an article doesn't make you an expert. This is why I don't
And then
understand why
there's one
it's not
section that said.
justified.
Thank you.
An article
Yes,
does
thank you.
not make you an
Then
expert.
it
I
does
can read
mention
those,
that
can
in
you?
some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so, thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
She disproves her entire theory.
Madam Court Reporter.
Thanks, Dr. Russell. And also misstates that a lot of things in there are relevant. No, they're not. Most of it has nothing to do with dogs at all.
So
And if reading
is,
an article makes you an expert, we all
so
are
do those studies, the debunking and the polyp that you just referenced,
debunk.
do they support the
Nope.
methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating
They
Exhibit
don't.
1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
No.
As to the form, Mr. Leslie.
There is no pattern recognition
Do
methodology because it doesn't
studies,
exist.
each of them, those
For dog
peer-reviewed studies,
Does not exist.
support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
Was the overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics.
No one believes the dog bit John O'Keefe. Not even the goddamn jury. Let's get real with that. They didn't believe it the first time. They certainly ain't gonna believe it
Attorney
this time.
Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypotheses was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook just generally.
So in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is the most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating the or including and the other possibilities. Would you like me to give an example, like chest pain or?
Well, I'd like
abdominal
to give you an example of what you used here in this case, is the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process, because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong. And so you have to allow for other information. And so I did that in this case. I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression. But I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which did you evaluate news clips in audio clips. You remember that questioning?
Good question, Jennifer. Damn good question. When did it happen? Where? Tell your hubby we feel for him. Hold on, guys. We're buffering. Lots of hugs, Deb. Oh, damn it. What is happening? Freak, we got a buffer happening. And it's not me this time.
News clips in audio clips.
Thank you.
Remember that questioning?
Maybe it's just their cameras that conked out. And that's why it's doing it. Hey. More than welcome, Lisa.
Confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, One of which, did you evaluate news clips in audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some news clips.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and do you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs? You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this,
not a
as
psychiatrist.
you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame? Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
No. Okay. No. The judge can't just say no. She cannot opine on what other people blame or don't blame and why. She is not a psychiatrist. Okay. Not only is it outside of the scope, but it's outside of her field. First of all, she doesn't have any goddamn expertise. Let's make that clear. But sidebar number 4, everyone. Sidebar number 4. We make guesses every morning, Lisa, about how many sidebars, and it's always been anywhere between I think it was 6 on a half day, but for the most, it's been anywhere between 6 and 7 and 13 or 14, something like that. 13 to 14, I think, was the highest we got, somewhere around there. They can't use the grief theory. She's not a psychiatrist. She's not a psychologist. She's barely a doctor, okay? Because this lady is spewing a whole lot of nonsensical stuff. She's literally impeached herself 15 times, all right? And she has proved to the jury that she'll say whatever helps the defense, when she doubled and tripled down on the fact that if you're an attorney, if you're a doctor, you're a doctor, you're a doctor. Only a doctor can diagnose dog bites, right? Only someone like her. She's the most qualified person in the entire country because she was a ME and a doctor in an ER, which is the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life. But nonetheless, she likes to be an expert of everything, right? And say she's the only one qualified. She doubles down on that, then triples down on the only one qualified. She's the only one qualified. And then when Hank questions her and says, well, you're the only one qualified, and only doctors can be qualified, Dr. Russell, then what about a dog trainer? Would they qualify? And of course, she knows there's a dog trainer that the defense wants to call up, right? To opine on being an expert on dog bites. And of course, only then does she relent. That shows the jury exactly what she was doing. And it was brilliant by Hank to show. She does look ridiculous going up to sidebars. I've never seen defendants do it. Also looks ridiculous sitting on her phone and computer, which I don't know, once again, how her attorneys don't stop her or attempt to try. Get her off her devices, bro. Okay? She can't even pay attention to her own murder trial. So this is when they say Karen told everyone I hit him over and over with a grief reaction. Not only is it a load of crap, but as Hank pointed out, so it's a grief reaction a year later. And of course, Dr. Russell's like, no, it usually happens in short order. Okay, so a year later, 2 years later, 2.5 years later, multiple instances of her making different assertions about what happened here and there throughout many, many, many interviews, of course, it's not a grief reaction. Listen, I go to grief counseling. Okay. It's been years that you deal with grief, but that reaction of could I have hit him? Did I have hit him? Like, it was very clear that she said she hit him. It wasn't a could I have. It might have been a could I have when she was like trying to feed that BS to people. But then she literally said it in front of an EMT, a firefighter, and Jen McCabe right there on the lawn. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the judge should not allow her to opine on that at all. Like, she looks ridiculous going up to the sidebar, sitting on her computer, making smirks, rocking in her chair, you know, yelling at her attorneys, handing them papers. Like, why do you have 4 or 5 attorneys if you're going to be your own lead attorney? It looks ridiculous. The jury's going to wonder, why? Why do you need so many attorneys if you're the one running this whole show? Why don't you just represent yourself? You know, like, why? Wait, what? Did that happen? That actually happened? When? I don't know. Did she? John DePetro said that? I mean, hey. That happened in court? Like, or on the break? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see the hat. I barely have time to look at everything else. Probably told her she's going to be more than likely found guilty. I mean, you'd have to be honest with your client. This is not going well. You know, it's not. If you are lying to your client to say this is going well, like, shame on you. I'm surprised because every other judge on planet Earth would have told her to put her phone down, get it out of her sight. You are not to be using your phone in a courtroom, especially as the defendant. But also, in my courtroom and any other courtroom in America, you don't get to call in sick for a day because you drank too much the night before and you just might not feel good. If you are not literally in a hospital, you don't get to call out sick to your own goddamn murder trial. That was a no-no. That was a no-no. Yep, staring down Brennan to the point where he stopped and stared back at her. Like, she looks behind her all the time because she thinks she's got a gotcha, or she thinks one of her attorneys have a gotcha. She looks behind her at her father and her brother to be like, see, look, see, look. Like, the jury sees all that. You know, she should have never been allowed to be an expert. She's an expert in absolutely nothing. Certainly not on dog bites, that's for sure. She literally disproved her entire theory. There should be puncture wounds, right? And it basically said that with those linear marks, it would change based on the curvature. So basically, they wouldn't still be linear, right? If your arm is curved. Now, would they? And that's what that was saying. And so it's like, Hank is going to have a field day with using those articles now. Once again, a giant mistake by the defense. Does it shock anybody? No. But is it stupid at this point? Is it on purpose? I don't know. Like, I don't know. No, I don't know, man. Like, we don't do politics here. We do that outside of here. We don't do politics here. There's a reason we don't do politics here, because it causes arguments and fights, and you know what I mean? She's been disrespectful to everyone. The jury wants to control and freak out. Like, I don't know if she did attack him. That's cray cray. Like, no, I get it. I get it.
May I have a
I
moment,
can't
Your
listen
Honor?
to his stuff only
Thank
because I have to watch clips because he takes too long to start and then he stops for those really long, like, good for him for getting like sponsors, but do your sponsors quick, dude. Get them in and out in the beginning or the end, stopping every 5 minutes.
Dr. Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation that what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
Mr.
Right.
Wilk, if
Bullshit
you could
business.
please publish the slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back. Not that one, the one in this case of the Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed
Right,
up
when?
as Mr.
Where?
O'Keefe and with the clothing in the back, but with
Hey, Jack.
his
Jump on into the present with us, Jack. What the hell? Karen throw something? Did somebody just get Karen reading in the courtroom with her chair?
that would be toward the back of that slide presentation, probably around 130-ish.
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna
That's
find
it.
out.
Yes. And what slide number is that? 109.
I don't know about best. I
So,
think Kelly Deborah was
Dr.
pretty good.
Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Is that impact
Tell 'em.
that is depicted on
We'll give
this
him a knuckle
slide,
stingy.
is that a clip or is that a direct impact to the arm?
Oh my, that's a clip.
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Okay,
Is she a
so this is a direct
A
impact.
specialist of cars now?
And now,
No, it's
from
not.
your experience,
Sideswipe hit from a car.
and you were asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed,
impact to the arm.
of
It's a
a
direct
motor
to the
vehicle,
body, but
6,000-pound
sideswipe
Lexus going
hit.
24 miles an hour in reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what
That's
type of
acceptable.
injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least.
A little bit.
But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you
Expect.
expect fractures and dislocations?
She's such a
Well,
quack.
from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer
Please don't. Point it
right
in your eye,
here,
lady.
a very good possibility that there would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Could you please stand up and with your honor's permission,
I mean,
show
this is
where
kind
the
of-
radius and where the ulnar bones are of the arm? Lights on, please. Thank
That's
you.
what
You
she
can keep the
does.
lights on.
He tells her what
So
to
the
say.
radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm
she
right underneath the
for that.
skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
Acceptable, but doesn't.
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture
Backwards,
from the
dumbass.
actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Oh,
Thank
I can't
you.
wait. Yeah, she says not an advocate. Funny, right?
And do you, you can be seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Russell.
Exactly,
Um,
Jennifer.
From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here. What is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Sustained in that form.
Do you have an opinion based upon a reasonable degree
Nope.
of medical certainty
Objection.
as to
Objection.
whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe
Go ahead, say
that
it.
there is a very
there would
high
be.
likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise or a laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have
You are
reviewed
quack,
the
lady.
autopsy
Feel
report
bad for
of
any patients
Dr.
that dealt with
excuse
you.
me, of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes,
and you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done
What very extensive evaluation was done and by whom?
by Dr.
Thank you, lady.
Scortabello. And it was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination by Dr. Scortabello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
May we approach her for lunch?
All right, jurors, I'm going to send you out for lunch. Okay, we'll see you too. Yes, come on up.
To the court, please.
Ugh, I leave for 1 second to do one thing real quick, and this is what happens. Come on, man. Are we at a sidebar? Is this a sidebar? Because what's going to happen now is she's going to make them go to lunch unless she's going late because she took a whole friggin' 40 minutes earlier. Sidebar? It's 5. Number 5 if it is one. Did they leave for lunch or are they doing a sidebar first? It depends on if it counts. Lunch, jury leaving the courtroom. So no, it's not a sidebar then if it's just lunch. How long did she say? Oh, okay. So they still did approach. So yeah, it would be 5. Oh, here they go. Karen looking like a fool. Up to the sidebar we go. So it is a sidebar. It'd be number 5. This is pure insanity. Like, obviously, they sent them to lunch. I don't know. I missed that part. I was in my kiddo's student of the month thing, so I'm not really sure. You'd have to ask chat. They were in here doing the good work for me. Right? Examine Yannetti. Why is Jackson still sitting there? Is he in a timeout from yesterday? She needs more than a psych eval. Like, I mean, goes to show, like, you're willing to lie this much like Dr. Russell did. I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. How does she live with it? She knows she's lying, right? On purpose. And I have to believe that she's another one of those people that's an attention-seeking, narcissistic cluster B personality because they're the only people on planet Earth that go in here knowing they're going to look foolish and lying. And especially as a doctor, retired law enforcement, why would you want to look like a fool to every other person on planet Earth that is more qualified than you, which are a lot of people, okay? Or even people who aren't more qualified, but have practiced much longer than you did, okay? Anybody in medicine is laughing at you. Anybody in law enforcement is laughing at you. Anybody in the world of dogs that isn't a narcissist, grifting piece of human garbage, oxygen wasting YouTuber, is laughing at you. Okay. Same goes for Dr. Wolf from ARCA. I don't know how anybody could take these people seriously after this because I feel bad for anybody that had to work with any of these people because they're not easy people to work with. You know, like they're hard people to deal with. She knows she's lying. That's the worst part of it all is she knows she's lying. She is very clearly tailoring her, answer to what Alessi wants her to say. You don't think it's a serious problem that you show up in the car with the defense? That is highly improper. Highly improper. She's the best expert anywhere in the world, she says. Better than anybody ever. Only a doctor like her can opine. She must be the only one of her kind, she says. I mean, do you know what that sounds like to a jury? To a jury, it sounds like you're nuts right off the bat. You are nuts. And I loved Hank's like, I know you want to have that opinion. I know you have that opinion of yourself. It's so funny. You can't give yourself credibility of being an expert. I don't ever know why. I mean, I think it's a fantastical, nonsensical conspiracy theory, and I think it's hilarious to have her up here because it just does damage to the defense's case. But why a judge would ever allow someone who's clearly not an expert and has no scientific methodology to get to the answer she's getting to, never mind the fact that scientific odontology, forensic odontology, is literally junk science and is striked by the scientific standards as junk science. Why courts are even still allowing it? It is junk science for 100 different reasons. Okay, it's amazing to me. Did she say 2 p.m.? Like, right? That's exactly what it will say. Like, it was barkingly mad. That was rough. I see what you did there, Anna. I see what you did there. Yeah, everything only fits the defense theory, and I took nothing else into consideration because what the jury heard was, oh yeah, I disregarded that, and I disregarded that, and that was after I made my opinion, so I disregarded that, and yeah, that was after I made my opinion, so I disregarded that, and I didn't listen to the text string data because I don't even think the attorneys understood it, which was like such a slap in the face to her attorneys, and all that after the defense witness yesterday says that she was threatened. I mean, do you find this lady credible after that? Because I don't if I'm on the jury. I find this lady ridiculous.
Chrissy, does that help?
We didn't hear about how long. She's going to be on a lunch break.
Good, all right.
No, gee, thanks, Captain Obvious. So, doesn't say, or at least I don't think, no, it doesn't say what time for the when they'll be back, but usually it's in, anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour. If she actually takes an entire hour now, when she took 40 minutes this morning for a morning break, when she didn't need 40 minutes, she did not need 40 minutes. She did not need 40 minutes to go out back and say, denied. She knew she was denying it before she ever got up. Okay. So to give 40 minutes in a morning break, that's absurd. A morning break is supposed to be about 15 minutes. Not an hour, not 40 minutes, not 45. You're taking almost 2 hours out of a 7-hour day or a 6-hour day. Like, it's absurd. It's absurd. Well, that's exactly what he did. Run the clock. It's what he always does. Run out the clock. Run out the clock. Like, it's absurd. Right? A sidebar of wolf tickets. I want mozzarella sticks. I did not get them the other day, and I was thinking about them. Like, oh, they all definitely know she's lying. 100% they know she's lying. It is interesting. In my opinion, it seemed like she wanted to insert herself too, and then she didn't have a choice but to change her mind because when she's shown the fact that she's leaving the building before Karen's car ever arrives, she knows that she can't say that she saw something that she didn't see. It's that simple. She cannot. Like, I know we do have one of the funniest and bestest and amazingest, awesome chats around. I do. That's why I say I think it's so cluster B personality narcissistic that you'd think that you know everything about everything about everything. Now, listen, I know a lot about, a little or a little about a lot, but no one knows everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm always willing to learn. This lady is literally saying, like, I know it all about everything, about accidents, about clothes, about DNA, about dogs, about, friggin' jail tattoos. Like, she just knows it all. She knows it all. She's a psychiatrist and a psychologist. And, like, listen, experiences are one thing. You can have experience in a vast majority of things, right? A lot of people stick to one thing their whole life. Other people, like me, do many different things. But anybody who's been in medicine or anybody who deals with animals, who's a knowledgeable, honest person, is laughing at this lady. It makes her look like a fool. Like, yeah, that's what it seems like to me a little. That was my impression. is that maybe at the beginning she was kind of salty that they made her go back to the thing and she had no part in this, you know, and I do think it's shitty they asked her to go back. Why ask her to go take the desk over if you're already at the desk? Why does she need to come to dispatch if you're already there? Why shouldn't she respond to the scene? You know what I mean? It just didn't, you know, I think she was a little salty and then realized when she was shown like, hey, there's video of you leaving at 3:45, leaving your shift, and your punch out card says the same. Like, that car didn't arrive till 5:30. You couldn't have possibly seen them in there when Karen Reed's car was there. She realized in that moment, like, oh shit, you're right. I couldn't have. Like, it was impossible. It was. But I do think like maybe someone suggested to her that something fishy happened, or maybe she was watching social media, and wanted to suggest something fishy happened because she wanted to be a part of this. Like, I don't know anybody who would willingly want to be a part of this fucking circus, knowing what it is now. I would have never gotten involved in covering this case if I knew what I know now. I covered this case, and I started covering this case because it was one case in my area. It was a case of interest. It was one that I thought was interesting, and one that I could go to the courthouse, get the documents, and you know what I mean? Because I live here. Like, I never could I have imagined what this would have turned into ever in my life. But if you're coming in after that, like, you know what this is. Why would you want that? For what reason? Like, why would you want it? Why? But the defense knew all of this. This all happened before the first trial. Okay. So she changed her testimony, or her, you know, statement given when she was shown the evidence that you couldn't possibly be in the building. She then called the FBI and said, okay, I guess I couldn't have possibly have been there. And then called the defense, and the defense threatened her. And so it's like, they didn't call her in the first trial because of that. Why would you call her now? Seems like a very rookie mistake to make. You know what I mean? Like, we all do. You know what I mean? We all gotta get it. We all gotta get through this. So we gotta make some jokes. It's how we get through it. You know what I mean? It's how we get through. I don't know. It possibly could be. Somebody needs to get him a neck pillow. He's got, you know, like newborn baby bobble neck. Like, you know, the babies that can't hold their neck up yet, and they're just like bobbling around. Like, he got newborn baby bobble neck, you know. And Smithers isn't helping him. Smithers over there with resting duck face in the corner. Nathan Reed, just duck face in the corner, resting duck face. That's what the whole Reed family looks like, resting duck face. Clenching jaws and poking out just resting duck face. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know. We're going to find out, though. I do think Dr. Russell loves being the center of attention, although she hates Hank. It's very clear. Yeah, I think maybe that false memory was created by herself, to be honest. You know? 2 o'clock, she said 2. God damn it. So she gave them an hour after I can't. This judge makes me mad. Like, so mad. Oh, God. You imagine? A few grand dogs? Not a few grand dogs. They can have those. Well, that's the thing. He is ethically challenged, like highly ethically challenged. Like, at this point, AJ has drank from the same cup as a sewer turtle and has diabetes. Just diabetes all around, spreading everywhere for these people. Like, he is the worst, 100%. Yes, he's trying to reframe the car strike as a direct hit to the arm, he claims. Okay, that's not a direct hit, first of all. It's still a side swipe clipping of the vehicle event, even if your arm gets hit. But he's trying to, like, yeah, reframe the car strike. Well, he says, and this doesn't help the defense, because they're claiming no car strike happened, right? At least attempting to in some sort of way. I don't know. Like, ooh, field trip? Well, that's the thing. He wanted her to say what she originally said, you know? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she had some sort of axe to grind with Canton PD. And I do believe that one of the things that pissed her off that night is that she was asked to go back and cover the desk. If there was someone already there, whatever officer was already there, why are you calling her? As a woman, I get it, in a male-dominated space. Why are they calling her back to do that? Why couldn't the officer who was already there cover it and she can respond? Like, unless there is some sort of reason that that needed to happen, I think it was really shitty of them to do that. She's a female officer, I understand, but there was other people who were going to respond, so why not allow her to respond? Like, instead of coming back to the desk. Thank you, Jack, for your 1441 donation. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure if you would like to donate to the channel. I'm just checking my emails right now because I haven't checked them. You can do so one of a bunch of different ways. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link for those of you who want to use just credit or debit. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure I get all of you guys' comments here. If you can hit the like button, the subscribe button, we would appreciate that too. Share the video with a friend. That's always helpful as well. We appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, there's that. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's see anything here. So Jennifer said, compare what Welcher did. Went to the scene, got the car, took millions of pictures, reacted to all the scenarios. Russell looked at some photos of John's arm, and you know the rest. Well, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, which is just so sad, but realistically, that's what happened. Hey, thank you, Jack, for your super sticker. I appreciate it. There's a certain percentage of people who love to be involved in something like this. I want no part of it, but there's a long list of people getting involved in this. Yeah, there is a long, but most of them are the ones who are, running that conspiracy theory because they know it brings in the dollars and the cents. If you ever watch some of those people's shows, it's constant super stickers, super chat membership, super sticker, super chat membership, like constant. And that's what they're looking for. Like, it's great. It's harder for channels that are smaller to sort of get a leg up because people like that are willing to feed the masses bullshit so that keeps rolling in. I refuse. I don't care. If that means that I can't keep this channel afloat, then so be it. But I will not and can't in good conscience tell people things I know to not be true or give legal takes I know are ridiculous just because it might be the popular opinion of people who have no idea what they're talking about. No friggin' chance in hell. Like, I wonder to myself how some of these people just don't have like a little bit of a moral compass, just a smidgen, just a little tiny bit, just a little, you know? It's possible. It's very possible. The stuff that's happened behind closed doors, Alicia, you would never guess. The stories that I have to tell one day could keep this channel running for 36 hours straight, probably. Me just telling the absurd, crazy things that have happened over the last 2.5, close to 3 years. It's pretty bad. It's pretty freaking bad. And one day I'm going to tell those stories. I think, and people have asked, like, why don't you write a book? You've been in this since the very beginning of this case. Why don't you write a book? And what I say to them is, I would never write a book about this case itself. What I would write a book about is the victims of this case. All of the people who have been harmed in this case. For me, I would want it to be a collective of every person who has been victimized, harassed, doxxed relentlessly, or tried to be silenced by the mob, that those people are able to tell their stories and the human toll that this case has taken and the sewer turtles case has taken on so many people and how it could never be allowed to happen again. It's reprehensible. It's disgusting. It's deplorable. And when I say it continues, I literally say, like, there are people, including myself, that deal with it on a daily basis. I'm not talking a weekly basis. I'm talking daily. Emails, text messages, phone calls, deliveries, all sorts of like non-paid, like mail, like all sorts of crazy, insane, unhinged behavior from a lot of very unhinged individuals. I deal with it daily. Every single day since I started covering this case and since I said I'm not going to be silenced in 2023. I've dealt with it, and it's not an easy thing to deal with. And anybody who says it is would be lying to you, but you do it because it's the right thing to do. And because if you let them bully you and you let it get to you, you allow them to win. You allow them to do what they're trying to do and keep doing it to people. And I refuse to let that be a thing. I will not be silenced. There's a reason I've been doing volunteer advocacy work for as long as I have, close to 2 decades. And it's because I am not somebody who can be silenced easily. I will not be bullied into silence. I will not be bullied into not telling the truth. I will not be bullied into going away. I am going nowhere. And they can either deal with it or beat it. That's their choice. I don't actively go after people like they do. I barely go on X. I check my messages, write a few comments here or there every week or so, and that's about it. You know, conversate with a couple people I know over there. That's that. It's a cesspool of hate and anger and vitriol, and it was created by Karen Reed and the Sewer Turtle and his minions. They have to live with what they've done to people. They have to live with it. People have come to me who have gotten out of that cult and literally said, you were right. I didn't understand it while I was in it, but it is a cult. And the most often thing that I hear from people privately when they're out of it is, I didn't realize how bad it was until I was out of it. And at that point, I'm ashamed of the things that I said and the things that I did that I've never said or did before when it comes to this case, because I believed something that was not true. And I'm ashamed that I didn't look into it and I just believed it. Well, there are many more people like that. Many more that choose to continue to just say shit they know isn't true, to feed their little narrative, to try to make themselves right because they're too weak to say, I was duped, I was wrong. Nobody wants to say, hey, I was duped. To them, it feels like saying, well, I'm really stupid and I fell for something really dumb. You know, like that's, I mean, it takes a big person to be like, you know what? I bought the theory for a minute, but it takes a bigger person to say, I might have bought it for a second, but I apologize to the people that I hurt because I bought the theory that was clearly untrue and the BS that I was being fed. And it's few and far between. Most people, when they realize they're wrong, don't apologize. They don't actually tell anybody anything. That's the minority. The majority of people that actually get out of this thing just disappear and never say anything about it again. They just never say anything. And the ones that don't and they continue on, in the long run, they have to live with themselves. You know? Oh yeah, to them, there's tons of it. That's why they're, you know, run to saying whatever parts of the conspiracy work for them in their brains, you know? I mean, I could understand their frustration, but why'd you call her? That was such an epic rookie move. Don't call her if you don't know what she's going to say or you know she's going to rat you out. It's probably a bad idea to call her, you know? Mike and Tom are saying that Kelly Dever doesn't mean she left because she punched out. There's video. These idiots are so stupid. There's video of her getting in her car and leaving the parking lot of CPD. Okay? She leaves the building, gets in her car, and leaves. So someone asked Mike and Tom if the video she was shown, along with the records of punching out, proved she wasn't there. Why didn't the defense ask for the videos? Newsflash, because they've seen them already and they know that she left. That's why. Don't you think if you're a good defense attorney and you thought she was lying and you're bringing her up, you play the video that doesn't show that she left? There's videos everywhere. We saw them, remember? Higgins. They have them. Why do you think they didn't bring those up? It's because they know she left. They've seen the video. So have the feds. And so is Kelly Dever. No collision, but they argue about seconds of a collision. It's amazing to me. Amazing. Like, everyone watching, you want your opinion on the jurors. If you were on the jury, could you see all the lies from the defense without being able to look at Twitter, X, Facebook? So I barely go to Twitter nowadays, like I just said. Facebook. I'm in a couple of groups, but again, like most of my contact with people is on my Discord and here. And I always put myself in another person's shoes, which is how I do it when I'm thinking about what Hank's going to do and what he's not going to do. And you guys know how that works for me. So I do the same when it comes to the defense, and I do the same when it comes to the jury. And if I'm the jury, I was just shown that a witness was threatened into lying for the defense, and she felt so strongly about it, she contacted the FBI about it. Okay? That tells me as a juror that I really can't trust any of the defense's witnesses going forward, because I don't know which ones of them that have been threatened. I don't know which ones of them have been asked to lie or told to lie. And in the case of Dr. Marie Russell, she is so very clearly changing her opinion as we go along to fit only the defense narrative and taking any other piece of evidence like taillight in the clothing, no dog DNA, and saying, or the text stream data, the pieces of thing on scene, Dr. Scorti-Bellows reports, and saying, well, I just disregarded all of that. It didn't matter. No real scientist would say that. They're not stupid. They know this. And now they don't know if any of the defense witnesses are going to tell the truth. If I'm the jury, that's what I think. I'm like, hey, which one of these people are going to tell the truth? Because I can't trust any of them now. I don't know if the defense has threatened all of them. I don't know. Like, maybe it's because she was a rookie. I don't know. I couldn't, I can't be certain about why she was asked. But as a woman, I know how I would feel about that, which is if there's already someone else there, whether she's a rookie or not, why do I need to come all the way back to relieve that person when I could get there quicker? It just didn't make sense, even logistic wise. Being a rookie doesn't make you any less of an officer, right? Like, so you know what I mean? I could see where that might piss her off a little. Like, thanks, Jack. Well, that's the thing. Why couldn't she have responded to the scene as well? Somebody was already at the desk. So why did she have to go all the way back to the desk? You know what I'm saying? Like, that didn't make any sense to me. Rookie or not, you're still an officer. Right? I get it. She's a rookie, but there's going to be other officers there. It's not like she was going to be alone. So why not let her go? Why have her go all the way back to CPD just to relieve somebody else so they could go? It is kind of ugly. And also, I thought she learned her lesson about wearing hooker boots to court, but apparently not, Well, that's what they wanted, right? They wanted the whole everyone in Canton's crooked thing. But that's not what happened. It backfired in their faces spectacularly. Like, how about Russell intimating she rode home, aka a hotel with other people? Do you think she was throwing back some Tito's with the team? Well, that's another thing. You're staying in the same place as them. So you're like neighbors with them. Like, that's shady. To me, again, I'm the jury, right? Like, do I think it's shady she drove there with the defense? Yep. Do I think it's shady if they're staying near or at the same hotel? Yeah, I do think it's extremely shady. Something is not right. It's improper. And if I'm the jury, I know this. It doesn't look good. Like, I mean, let's get real here. The lawyers know what optics are, and they know what optics look good and don't. To me, it's amazing to me. I mean, hey, it happens. Just not to me. I'm not big enough for all that, And the truth is something that people don't want to hear. They want to hear what their theory of it is and what they've been fed. And if they're told something that doesn't fit into that, even if it's the truth and has evidence to it, they just are doing this, la, la, la. And of course, they want that pat on the back from the sewer turtle so badly. I've never seen so many people want a pat on the back from a disgraced teacher and dumpster fire of a human being than him. I mean, it's really deplorable. I don't think the defense scored any points with Dever at all. I think they lost that completely. Completely lost it. I prefer dress suits myself, but ones that are not tan and have some color, feminine stuff instead of boring old suits. No, I think so. What I found out was someone was referring to it had already happened to Hank a while back. And so they were just like referring to it again. So it wasn't something that just happened. It was something that happened during trial, but not right now. So they were just like referring to it again, which is like, it still happened to him. Like, you know what I mean? His tires were still slashed. Like, It was a huge backfire, and they absolutely know it. Like, I mean, good question. We know it's probably one of the minions. I mean, they damaged Lindsay's car too. And of course, nobody claims any accountability. Like, oh, why would it be? What about why? Well, who else would it be? Some random stranger comes and damages the one person's car that's here as a victim against the sewer turtle. Stop it. Like, so what I found out afterwards was they were talking about the time that it happened, which it did happen. It just wasn't yesterday. It did happen during the trial. That's something that I already knew about. But it made it sound like that they were talking about like yesterday, that it happened again yesterday. They were referring to when it happened, which again was during trial, just wasn't yesterday. It's really sad that Hank Brennan even has to deal with that, you know? Ooh, I like vanilla cupcakes with chocolate frosting and sprinkles, or chocolate cupcakes with vanilla frosting and sprinkles, but I like the rainbow chip ones. I'm just saying. And I would love for you to share with the class. I've been dying for some crumble cookies for like ever since I sent them to my friend for her birthday, which is the day before mine back in November. I get text messages from Crumble that are like, "Ooh, this week's flavors." And I'm like, "Oh, those sound so good. I want some crumble cookies so bad." Yeah, they didn't call it the first trial. I mean, it is definitely desperate, you know? Oh, well, there you are, Dr. Russell Slomo. Hello. Had to drop off the defense team in the dock off for their prime rib and truffle mac and cheese lunch. Thanks, FKR donators. Beep. Right? We'll enjoy those cupcakes in spirit. Oh, DePetro saying Spaghetti has a red nasty scratch on the right side of his face. I mean, dang. Ooh, we don't have any Stop and Shops anymore. They're all closed down around me. They all went out of business. Sweet stuff, you guys. I mean, I had a couple of my Reese's miniatures over here I ate a little while ago. Like, it's not rainy. It's hot here today. We all have to fuck around and find out and listen to Alessi, unfortunately, when we're ready to rip our eyeballs and eardrums out. And make no mistake, he's going to try to drag this out for the rest of the day. Let's just be fully aware of that. I mean, I just don't understand why they picked this guy to do anything like that has to do with like back and forth during a trial, because he very clearly does not know what he's doing. You know? I just don't get it. Like, you're talking about an environmental attorney that very clearly Walmart or Shaw's very clearly has never done cross-examinations and bores people to death. And I find it hard to believe that none of these attorneys have told him along the way of this trial, like, hey, you have to hurry these up. Hey, you have to get into the point and get out. You can't keep droning on with compound questions and on and on and on. Like, so it's like, I don't understand why they're allowing it. Like, if I'm the defense, I stop him and I say, listen, you gotta speed this up. Like, you're losing the jury because no one knows what the hell you're talking about, because you're going on and on and on. We need you to make the point and get the hell out of there. Ask a quick question, not a compound, one paragraph speaking for the person question, but an actual question, have them answer it and then move on. I don't know how, as a defense team, and I use that word lightly, you allow one of your other attorneys that's doing most of the cross-examining to epically fall flat on their face and fail. How? I think they can attempt ineffective counsel, but I just don't see that ever amounting to a goddamn thing. They very clearly made very clear decisions. And even in these, like, remember, unlike some other trials, right? In this case, you can clearly see Karen giving them papers, telling them what to say, giving them instruction. She's on a computer. She's using a phone. She's walking up to sidebars. So I don't think there's any judge on planet Earth that would be like, oh yeah, it was ineffective counsel, but you didn't say anything. You didn't stop. You didn't that's not you directing them. Like, it's all on video, Karen. Once again, your shit bites you in the ass. It's all on you, Karen. All on you. I mean, yes, 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 and yes. And I have no doubt that on this recross, that Hank's got a little more coming for Dr. Russell there. I actually missed a little bit of this morning, and I'm kind of dying to see some of the parts where she says, like, hold on, let me see if I can get something up real quick. Right? I wish everybody was local. That would be fun. I do really want to have like a meetup, like some sort of podcast meetup somewhere. I think that would be fun. And I wish everybody was all in the same area. It sucks that like everyone's not, obviously, because I obviously want to include everyone. But you know, one day when I have the money, I'll travel to different places, do different meetups. That would be fun. All right, let me see. I'm gonna pull this up for a second, and I'm gonna go back to all the way back here. Oh, what's happening? What is happening? So I didn't get a lot of questions with Dr. Russell this morning because I wasn't here. So I want to hear some of it. Yeah, I saw what he heard. There's no bombshells. Let's make that very clear. He's just riling the mob. And, you know, we're talking about a bunch of lying people who have lied in the past and are going to be impeached. Yeah, I believe anything they say coming forward. Definitely not. All right, hold on. This is the beginning of the morning. I missed this.
Your
So I want to see
opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year
agreed,
and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
Okay,
when I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
But last year she said it was. Remember? So that's another impeachable moment right there, folks.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified on December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Of course you don't. Nobody remembers it live.
From the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207.
He did.
Anybody help you write
We've
this
watched
report?
it twice.
And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered?
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with the report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
That's right. She did.
Mr. Alessi, is that gentleman the man the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
She knows she's
did
caught.
Mr. Alessi help you with your report?
What I recall is
Oh,
we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Right
Is
now.
your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but you have
But you
something
said
in
that,
writing.
said it.
Do you think you would have testified to that
You have something
if
in
it was
writing.
inaccurate?
So bad.
I don't, Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is true.
So I'll address this again real quick for those of you that weren't here. This whole thing that TB is saying, it's a nothing burger, guys. It's a big fat, absolute fat nothing burger. He's saying that Kolakithis is going to testify that Jen McCabe told her there's ring camera footage of John O'Keefe being hit by a car. That is because the news erroneously reported there was ring cam footage of the event. The media. So I'm going to say very clearly that if, and that's a big fat if, Jen McCabe said that, it's because she heard it right away from the media that claimed to have ring cam footage of the event. He's trying to frame it in a way where Jen McCabe was trying to lie to her so that she would turn on people. That is patently false. That assertion is absurd and ridiculous. And this is why, folks, everyone should know that you cannot believe a word out of that lying, grifting, waste of oxygen's mouth. Okay? Because it was reported by a news station, which again, you can literally still go back and watch to this day, that the entire event was caught on a ring cam. So the public, including Jen McCabe, was led to believe that there was ring cam footage. Now, later on, that news station did retract that. That was information they had gotten that was not correct, obviously. But nonetheless, that is what was given to the public in the first day or two of it happening. The very next morning, it was on the news. And I remember because I watched it. And then that night, and then again the next morning, and they reported that there was ring cam footage that saw the events and that Karen could have hit him. And they were sort of framing it as an accident back then, even the media. So it's a big, fat, absolute nothing burger that he's trying to sort of push up and feed out to the cult because he knows how bad this is going. And because, I mean, he's in this tiny box himself at this point where the court has now said that the First Amendment, or you trying to use freedom of speech as an excuse for your real disgusting behavior ain't going to work in his cases. So he's one real nervous son of a bitch. And I would be too if I was him. Here's an idea. Don't commit crimes and harass people if you don't want to go to prison for it. Just saying. I mean, don't use dog whistles to use your mob to harass people and lie about people if you don't want to go to prison for it. So I'm just saying, I'll address it because a couple of you guys have brought it to my attention in chat. And so that's the truth of the matter. Now, isn't the truth just so mundane? It's not some giant conspiracy where Jen McCabe's trying to lie to people to make people turn on each other. It's literally a mundane truth that the media reported there was ring cam footage. That's what she and everyone else heard at that time, including myself. Jen is Karen's target because she needs 2:27 a.m. to work for her to not be guilty. She needs someone else to blame. That's why. And the only person she could blame is Jen if 2:27 a.m. was true. But we know that it's not. And we know that that's not the time that she Googled it. It was after they found John. And as Karen's screaming in her face to Google it. Then Karen goes in the ambulance and says almost the exact same thing to an EMT. I mean, that's their fault for sharing it with him. It's their fault. They feed him this crap so he can feed it to other people and rile these people up. The fact that, most of you see through it immediately. That's why I say anything that he says, I would literally assert immediately that 90% of it, if not 1,000% of it, is outright bold-faced lies. It's what he does. It's what he's been doing long before this case existed. Anybody he sees as a threat, anybody he's jealous of, anybody he thinks is getting more attention than him, he attacks with lies, innuendo, stalking, trying to bring up their past, and everyone, and I mean everyone, is something that they're not proud of. Okay? His entire personal life is a giant dumpster fire, yet he has the audacity to try to talk about anyone else's. It's freaking amazing. Hypocritical, but freaking amazing, the lack of self-control and the lack of self-reflection that man has. He needs some serious meds, and I don't mean Adderall. I mean real meds to actually help the chemical imbalance in his brain, and I don't think that'll help either. Like, oh, the motion for missing witness or whatever, yeah, that'll be denied. It will. If it already hasn't been, I haven't looked at the docket, but it will be. As far as I know, it's a full week. I haven't heard anything otherwise, but we know what full week means for this judge. I do have the trial on this other screen here. I just want to hear some of the stuff, if you guys don't mind. You guys were so kind to keep it running this morning while I was at my daughter's event at school. I didn't hear some of this, so I think it'd be a good time to sort of like re-go over a couple of the things that Dr. Russell said this morning that were so egregious and ridiculous, because you have to remember the jury is hearing this. The jury is going, wait a second, what the hell is this lady talking about? And when they hear these things, you said it was Alessi, now you're saying it's one of the people in his office and it's not him. And she makes that comment, well, you have it in writing, so you're admitting to lying. Like, that's what do you think if you're the jury? If you're the jury, do you find this lady credible? Because I don't think there's a person on planet Earth that could find her credible. Except, of course, as we know, the ethics deficient defense. The EDD. Ethics deficient defense.
Training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No,
You had any help talking about differential diagnosis?
no, I'm very familiar with differential
No,
diagnosis.
you're not,
So,
lady. It's right
After
clear you're
that
not.
report was written, is there any reason why some of your
Wording?
opinions have changed?
In wording.
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you
Yeah.
testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused
Yep.
those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes,
I'd like to see that.
that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you. what
Yes,
you
please.
Testified to. You want to see
Yes,
it again?
yes.
Alessi clearly taught her to ask to see
By the
it.
way, between last night and today,
Have any
did you get
conversation?
any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Or did you have any
Oh.
advice last night about that?
Yep. She can't
Yes.
answer it.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just, yes.
It's a sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody.
Well,
During the
we didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I
Yes, she knows.
understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you
Oh my gosh,
understand
you
the
didn't even say the word.
sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that
matter.
you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I
order
didn't.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
Bullshit. She's
So
known.
did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay, who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver. No, I wasn't with him yesterday. No. Not in the car yesterday. No.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi
when?
yesterday. And I'm
Last
trying to
night.
figure out, when was it that you were having conversations
This is so bad.
with Mr. Alessi relative to this sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver. Yes.
Who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just the sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride home, back to the hotel yesterday with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
Who were the others in the
But I'm
car?
talking about this morning when you did speak about the case.
Yesterday.
What else? Not about the Red
That's-
Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No,
I'm sorry, but I'm asking you about this case.
that was it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some concept. There must have been some context. He didn't just
Text.
turn to you talking about the weather and say,
So
hey, you should
bad
ask
for
for a
the
transcript.
defense.
You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about
Bullshit.
testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be
I
honest?
call bullshit on that.
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he tell? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask
I-
for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. It was, I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
Do you have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
God, I mean, you're saying you can't remember seconds ago, lady. Like, how many? I mean, I think there was a number. I just don't remember what it was at this moment. Sorry.
Since you've asked for the
Probably have it written
transcript,
down
I have it
somewhere.
for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed
Maybe.
that
I don't
you
know.
couldn't
I
say
haven't
with
seen this part.
100% certainty. You agreed with my answer. So
They all got in
no
the
need
same car
to
yesterday,
try to
too?
refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. Take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than, you couldn't be 100% certain?
That looks consistent.
You want more time with the transcript?
No.
Freaking pen.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date,
Yes,
may I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney
Interesting.
Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna strike that, disregard that, James.
Oh, well.
May I approach?
Yes. What page you want us to?
23.
She literally just said she didn't travel with them yesterday. I noticed that too. I wrote it down. But then said she did.
June
There's a
21st,
picture of it.
2024, Roger?
June 20.
No, this morning she said. Like,
Page 23.
not yesterday, no, this morning.
Line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? What did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you. Have that back?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you may. He's not asking permission. Right? Yeah, because Bob's not doing anything unethical either, right? There's a video of them leaving together. Interesting.
When you gave your opinion, not this year,
Yeah, from last
year,
trial, right? Yeah.
you agreed when you were assessing the wound,
She knows damn well.
use
what
the
it's
word
interrogation.
or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Right?
Explain the context of it,
Sure.
that sentence.
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year. Yes.
Last year. What
When
would
you
make
were
it
on direct
different now,
examination,
ma'am?
there were tons of questions about this word methodology.
Yep.
Remember all those questions you were asked
In June?
yesterday?
Yesterday. Okay. Yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to
It was.
suggest there's some type of
Did.
scientific or medical process to
There
give
is
some
none.
type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife
An
wounds and
article?
gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
But there was no methodology
The dog.
whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
The pics
I
of them eating
disagree.
together from last trial.
When you describe methodology, you were
Church.
asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you've engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When
What's
you
methodology?
use the word methodology regarding dog
Doesn't
bites,
exist.
there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are
Very live.
published by
On the jury,
a
don't buy anything.
organization, for instance, on
What she's saying.
how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use
an article?
different methodologies, including what we talked about,
Which
the
was what?
differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine.
No,
It's
not.
what
Not in dog bites.
pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
That's
There
For
is no
instance.
standard.
completely different.
There is no recognized standard anywhere
Nope.
for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound.
None.
Is there?
Doesn't
There is-
exist.
No published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So
Exactly.
there is no source. There is no recognized community.
All
There's
she
no
can say is-
certification. There is no
Diagnosis.
recognized
Pattern
method
recognition.
in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any
None.
published standards whatsoever, any,
Doesn't exist.
regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to
What?
identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards.
Yeah,
There is
methodology.
nowhere you
Methodology.
can point to where the so-called methodology that you were
It's
telling the
BS.
jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community.
Nope.
You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer review articles
Articles are not
which
methodology.
list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog.
Not a methodology.
These are peer review articles
lady.
written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an
Tracy brought
approach
them
to
earlier,
identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell.
Yeah.
Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book.
Oh my God, everybody will be drunk in
Any.
5 minutes.
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier.
That's
The
not
article
a
with the
standard.
lead author of Dr. Debunking,
You're an
and
idiot.
the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollock. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to
Standards,
one place, one,
lady.
where there is a
Standards.
readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
They don't exist. No.
No.
Does not exist.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
What the hell? What do you mean
Isn't that fair
objection?
to say, Dr. Russell?
No, absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards
What?
developed, and yet doctors make and the like diagnosis on required single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites, if you would.
Yep.
If you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the method and the articles that I read, the numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any
Let me take that down real
confirmation
quick
bias when you got into this case?
I don't think
because we're almost back to court. Here. Remove that. That was the beginning of the day. By the way, I played it. Also, for the people that are obsessed with me and what medications I take, because I take medications doesn't not make me sober. Also, I'll set this as a cease and desist defaming me. Because at this point, this is your notice. If you are defaming me by saying I am not sober because I take a medication, that would be an untrue statement. Okay? That is called defamation, and you're doing it to be malicious. There's no other reason you would even be talking about it or posting about it. So I suggest that you cease and desist defaming me, or I won't have a choice but to call my attorney and move forward. It has been how long now? And you continue defaming people. Time to grow up. Time to move on with your life to people that don't even talk to you, don't acknowledge your existence. It's called harassment. It's called criminal harassment, actually. It's also stalking. Doesn't even have to be cyber stalking. There's a law in Massachusetts for stalking that includes electronic. Just FYI, in case you were wondering. A lot of these people are shameful embarrassments, including the one I'm speaking of now. If you're that obsessed with me and what I take as a medication, you need some serious help. You need some serious help. No, that wasn't live. That was this morning. That was the stuff that I missed while we were waiting for them to come back. Her strong interest is not an expertise, and that's what I've been trying to come across is like an interest is not an expertise. There's a very big difference. A very big difference. You can have an interest. I have an interest in many things, as all of you do. But are you going to walk into a court and say, I'm an expert because I've had an interest in this? No, probably not. Probably not, right? It is. It is. The fact that they seem to think that they're good guys is like the sad, deluded part. You can't be good, right? If you're attacking people that don't even acknowledge that you exist and talking about what medications they take or don't take and then saying that it's not sober because you take a medication. That's not only is that not reality, okay? But that's defamation. You're defaming someone because you would have no reason to talk about it unless you're trying to be malicious. It's the definition of defamation. Yeah, pretty much. I'm honestly just sick of dealing with people who are stupid. I have these people blocked. Like I have them blocked. Like they are so far out of my realm. But it's like you can't even live a normal life where you don't get offline for more than 5 minutes and spread lies about people. Like why? You're that unhinged? You're that mentally unwell? You have nothing better to do? Like ever? Maybe touch some grass. Talk to a lessee for 6 hours, give Bob a Snickers, something, anything. Like, it's really sad. You're a sad person if that's what you feel you need to do every day to gain friends in the FKR community is attack people that don't even acknowledge your existence. I don't deal in bullies or mean people. Not my kind of people. Not my kind of people. No bully, and I don't care who you are, is ever going to silence me. So you can keep trying until the cows come home. Good luck to you. There's a difference between me and you. Want to know what the difference is? I don't commit crimes. And I don't need to tear people down to prove my point. At all. I give my opinion. And most of the time, I'm proven right. That's all I need. It's more than low. It's depraved. It's unwell. It's mentally unhinged. You are a mentally unwell person if that's what you're doing. You literally need medication. I know. I've been talking to Judge Lou about it, and it is in the works. And so I am going to laugh when these people are charged, arrested, civilly sued, as they continue to do these things because they think that because nothing's happened yet,
leg,
that it won't.
and specifically with regard to the autopsies analysis of that area.
Well, the autopsy doctor did a very thorough evaluation of lower extremities. And to include, the external examination, which is very important, as well as an internal examination of the extremities, the tissues beneath the skin in both legs.
And just briefly, how did she perform that internal examination beneath the skin? to look at what was beneath the skin?
Well, to directly visualize those tissues, she had to open up the skin. So she opened up the skin in the legs from the buttocks right down to the bottom of the legs near the ankle, and then reflected or folded back the skin to examine if there were any injuries to the tissues underneath.
Were there any injuries to the tissues underneath from that examination?
There were no injuries that she mentioned, nor no injuries that I saw on the pictures.
And no injuries, did that include analyzing whether there was any inflammation?
No, you can't tell about inflammation, but I specifically looked at the area adjacent to a very punctate little abrasion on the knee. And I looked underneath of that area very carefully on the photograph, and there was nothing, no injury underneath, no bruising, no hemorrhage underneath that abrasion.
With regard to that, how did you describe that punctate? I want to make sure I got it accurate. By the right knee?
Abrasion.
Abrasion. Could you determine from that even the age of that abrasion?
I could not.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Brennan?
Could I inquire about scope?
See what's that one.
May I?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I asked you questions about your past testimony regarding methodology. And when I asked you those questions and showed you some of your transcripts, would you agree with me that you have testified that there is no recognized methodology on diagnosing dog bite wounds?
No, I believe I said that there was no standard methodology or no standard guidelines as to how to diagnose dog bite wounds.
There is no accepted practice directing you on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to identify a wound as a dog bite, is there?
There are no accepted standards.
When Attorney Lisi had you look at a couple of case files from the Journal of Legal Medicine, let me ask you about that. You're not suggesting that those articles substitute for the absence of standards in identifying dog bites from photographs, are you?
Before standards are created, there are usually articles that have recommendations upon which the standards are subsequently based.
That wasn't my question. So we're going to listen to the question, please.
Okay.
Those articles, whatever their value you think they are, they do not create a standard to apply for diagnosing or looking at a photograph and coming to a conclusion whether the abrasions are dog bites, do they?
Correct.
And so when he had you read pieces of these articles, had Attorney Alisi gone over these articles with you before?
Yes, we discussed them several months ago.
Did he point out parts of them he would like you to read?
I pointed out parts that I thought were significant.
In this article that was marked for identification, parts of it are highlighted. Who highlighted those parts?
Mr. Alessi highlighted those based on my recommendations.
So Attorney Alisi highlighted the parts he wanted you to read to the jury?
Yes, and I believe they were the same parts that I read last time.
Can we have Exhibit 1, please? Now, regarding the Munich article, that was a case study on the unfortunate death of a young girl, yes?
Yes,
Who was attacked by or bitten by up to 3 different dogs.
yes,
And it was a neck wound from which she bled.
yes,
Very, very unlike what you're looking at here.
yes. But that's very typical of an article, scientific article. They will present a case study and then present the research behind what they have seen in other articles and make recommendations.
I'm not asking you to defend that it's different. I'm asking you if it is different.
Oh, it is different.
Very different, isn't it?
Yes, that neck wound, yes.
Extraordinarily different.
Yes,
And so when you read this, let me ask you a couple questions. In this article, it talks about the characteristics of dog bites, doesn't it?
yes,
And it talks about the maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite.
yes.
So when the dog clamps down, the teeth kind of go to the side to tear the skin.
I didn't interpret it that way, no.
Okay. A scissor bite is when a dog bites down, yes?
Yes, I believe that what they were describing was a dog bites down.
And when it bites down, it anchors. That means teeth on the bottom penetrate, puncture, yes?
They can, but they don't always puncture.
And then the top is a puncture. If you're going to scissor, it requires a puncture, doesn't it?
It's a mechanism. It's a movement. What they're describing is a move. The way I read it, the way they described it is a movement like a scissor, where it's open and it's closed.
There
It
are-
doesn't mean anything about how deep they penetrate.
There are no scissor bites on that wound, are there?
I don't know. I see 1 or 2 things that shown up what I think might be upper and lower. So it could be.
Would you define any of those abrasions as scissor bites, Dr. Russell?
We talked earlier about how these marks here may be lower. I'm not going to define it. No, I can't say for sure that there's a scissor bite, but I see things that appear to be characteristics of upper and lower teeth.
I'm asking you about scissor bites. Please listen to my question. There is nothing on
There's a one,
that
but you can't
wound
answer it.
that is consistent with scissor bites, is there?
I don't know.
Well, you're the expert.
Thank you.
So
I-
when
I appreciate
When you
that.
look at that, can you point whether there's any wounds that are consistent with scissor bites?
According to their definition, and that's not an accepted definition, but according to what they were describing, and I believe what they meant was an open and closing of the jaw as the scissor activity. I believe that there's possibly 2 areas where I see that.
You're now saying this article that you relied on redirect examination is not an accepted authority?
I'm not saying it's not an accepted authority. It is a peer review article.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing. Do you see any crushing or tearing in those abrasions?
There's no crushing or tearing here, but does not mean that there has to be crushing or tearing.
I'm reading your article. I'm just reading verbatim,
And
and I'm
I'm-
asking you about it.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain so
No.
that
No, you're not.
nobody gets nobody misunderstands this.
Crushing and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures.
Misunderstand
A
you.
puncture is when a tooth penetrates the skin and there's some depth to it, correct?
Yes,
Show me one puncture, anyone,
None.
There
on
were-
that wound.
okay. There are no punctures on this arm that I see. However,
Correct.
again, the wounds don't have to have every single characteristic. It is it
BS.
depends on the force of the bite, how the wounds are going to appear.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing that results in a characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. There is no punctures whatsoever in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no lacerations in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no avulsions in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in
No,
I'm
no,
just asking
however.
you the question, Dr. Russell.
So you can maybe ask her.
Specifically, this study says the injuries cause a combination biting, crushing, and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. They name
Not
3
what's
things
there.
that are characteristic traits of a dog bite, and you would agree not one of those 3 traits is present on the arm of Mr.
Correct.
O'Keefe. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However,
No.
in
Not
that
however.
case, those were
that case.
dog bites that killed the victim.
You.
In this
are the one
case,
who
we do
relied on
not
that.
believe that these dog bites killed the victim.
When they were discussing this article on the victim who was killed, do you realize when they were giving background, this background has nothing to do with the case study. This is general background I just read. Do you realize that?
They were investigating fatal dog bites.
Do you realize that is not qualified in this article?
Nope. Fraud
realize that?
called.
I realized that they were commenting on fatal dog bites. This is not a case of a fatal dog bite.
This article, I'm going to show
So
it.
you
to
can't
you.
rely on the article?
Yes.
Got it.
In the highlighted paragraphs that Attorney Alisi had you read, that is describing the background of dog bites, not this fatal attack. Would you agree with me?
The title of the, no, I don't agree.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Yep,
Mr.
I would have too. To show the jury she's a liar. She should stick to bingo. Somebody get her one of those. I like bingo, I'm not gonna lie, but get her one of those bingo things. She put one right in the middle of her forehead to say, I'm a liar. It's beyond horrible. Oh, we gotta rename the conspiracy pen? Damn it. Damn it. You are right, Mark. You are right, my friend. Remember I told
In
you guys.
the
hang
other
on to
article
these
that you
articles?
read from, that was highlighted as well. Who highlighted the portions you were to read?
Mr.
Read it.
Alessi.
Ooh, why? Why can't you read them? Don't you know what's important? You relied on them, not him, right? Oh, got it. That's the point I'd be making.
It describes that teeth from a canine create a stab wound-like skin laceration. They can do that, right?
They can do
Do you
that.
see any stab-like wound lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No,
It talks about punctures. And again, we've discussed this. There is 0 punctures on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
correct.
I mean, I think we should all be paid double and triple time for having to watch
You
this
said that when somebody
travesty of
is
an
in
expert.
a collision,
Every one of you should be paid
that
for
they
having
can
lose all
suffer
time of your
injuries
life
such as
watching
bruising or breaks.
Yes,
We've also discussed when a person is impacted by a vehicle, it can result in a variety of different injuries or no injury at all.
correct.
There's a number of dynamic
Yes,
factors involved that are very difficult to assess and predict, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not do any accident reconstruction to try to identify the details of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so,
Oh,
having
good.
not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position
Nope.
to give an opinion as to how the injuries could or would have happened in this case?
I disagree.
Specifically, you were asked questions about the impact or collision in this case. How fast was the defendant's Lexus traveling when there may have been an impact in this case?
I understand possibly 24 miles an hour.
Who picked that
Oh.
number?
I have no idea.
Well, you heard it from somewhere and you've just given an opinion on it. Where is that number committed to or derived from?
I don't know.
Right.
Well, if you're going to give an opinion based on what you're portraying as facts to this jury, you should have some certainty
No.
about the source of your material, shouldn't you?
You know, I'm an ER doctor, so in the ER, I've treated thousands of
What's that got to do
motor
with
vehicle accident
not knowing?
cases. And most of the time, I do not know what speed the vehicles were going at. I've
do
never
this.
done accident reconstruction. I don't know
Exactly.
any ER doctor that does accident construction or is trained in accident
Exactly.
construction. It's not part of the job.
I totally
Exactly.
agree, but you're having opinions you're giving on behalf of Mr. Alisi, and that's why I'm pressing you on these issues.
Sustained.
Do you know, you don't know the movement of John O'Keefe before any potential strike or collision, do you?
I don't know the movement of most of the patients I've seen in my life before or immediately after the impact.
Of course, you wouldn't know the body angle because you weren't there.
Right.
So when you're asked to give an opinion whether this was a clip or a direct strike, you're really not in a position, having not been an accident reconstructionist and not having been there, to give that type of information, are you?
I wasn't asked to give an opinion about whether this was a clip or a direct strike. I was asked to give an opinion about these wounds caused by a motor vehicle collision.
So you would agree with me, you are not in a position, based on your opportunity to view evidence and your experience, to give an opinion about what injuries would have occurred in this event.
No, I disagree.
And so you think you can give an opinion about the extent of injuries, even though you are agreeing, not only you're not an accident reconstruction expert, you have no idea about the details of the collision in this case, Dr. Russell.
Mr.
Is
Brennan,
that true?
I have no details about the collision.
About what happened during the collision. You have no details about the body movement, the placement, the speed. You don't have any details that you know of other than what was told to you, correct?
Sustained.
There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of motor vehicle accidents in which there are no lower body brakes. Fair to say?
Probably, yes.
You mentioned bruising. What do you do to treat for a bruise? If someone's has some type of pressing and the bruise before it really forms, what's the best way to treat it?
Well, it depends on the bruise. It depends on the location. It depends on whether or not there's continued bleeding in the soft tissues. It depends on whether there's compression of the blood vessels. and and or the nerves underneath. And then, and of course, you want to examine adjacent structures for fractures and other injuries. And then after all that, if you've ruled out major, other injuries, you treat the patient for pain.
You ever prescribe ice?
Oh, yes.
So if a person was lying prone in the cold winter on the front yard in the dirt and was being covered by snow, sub 32 degrees, and the body temperature were to drop from 96.8 to about 80 degrees, would that have a similar effect to ice on the area that may bruise?
Not exactly. You want me to explain?
I do.
Okay, yes. So as the snowflakes fall, yes, there will be a gradual lowering of the body temperature and gradual effect on the body. Now, if as opposed to in the ER or in a medical setting, if I or another practitioner, and by the way, nurses and nurse practitioners and PAs also treat dog bite wounds. But if another practitioner, a practitioner gives the person an ice pack, they get immediate coldness and immediate significant change in temperature to that area.
Assume the weather is so cold that the cell phone battery on someone's iPhone begins to plummet regularly in degrees.
I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection system.
When you came to your conclusion, considering what you see in this picture, and Attorney Alisi was asking you about fragments from a broken taillight, did you know or consider that Mr. O'Keefe, sometime around when he incurred these wounds, had a piece of glass stuck in his nose?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Finally, Dr. Russell, you said during your differential diagnosis, you consider information, you either weigh it, accept it, or you distinguish it and you disregard it, correct?
Yes, generally.
During your differential diagnosis, you've referred to a number of different people studies, things that you haven't done yourself, but you've looked at other people's efforts. One of the things you looked at was the deputy medical examiner from the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces, a person by the name of John C. Walsh, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Lots of objections. Oh, but Hank objects, right?
Would you like me to ask that
No.
again, Dr. Russell?
No, you don't have to ask it. I read that report, yes.
And John C. Walsh is a doctor, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And do you have any understanding that he works with the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces?
Yes, and therefore his practice may be limited in scope.
Well, you are trying to qualify what he doesn't do. Do you know if his practice is limited in scope?
Typically, the medical examiners that work for the armed forces often have
You don't know that.
a specific
How
practice that is limited in scope.
You
Do you know
don't
anything
that.
about Mr. Walsh and his practice?
No.
Why do you find the need to try to undermine the extent of his authority before you know anything? Why is that important?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't know
She
what
is,
his
though.
scope and practice is, do you?
No, but I always look at where the person works that writes a report in terms of physicians
Why does it matter where they
and what
work?
their possible
That's ridiculous.
experiences are. Do they work in a medical examiner's office
You
in
don't
Alaska
know.
or Hawaii or a big
What
city
their
or a little
experiences
town?
are.
I look at those things.
When you considered his opinions after his review of these materials, did you consider when he offered in his report that multiple abrasions ranging in size from 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on the decedent's right arm?
Yes.
These injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are non-specific Abrasions occur as the body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skinned knee. Did you read his report and consider it?
I did. However, I don't know if he's ever had any experience with dog bites examinations. So
Doesn't
I
matter.
had to consider that and weigh
No,
it.
you don't. No, you don't. You're smarter than everyone, right?
Dr. Russell, there were questions with regard to highlighting of articles. Did I determine which parts were to be highlighted, or did I merely perform the function of highlighting the parts you wanted me to highlight because you didn't have a highlighting function with you traveling from California?
Oh,
That
please.
is correct. It's the second one.
The second one, I don't know what it is, but whatever you said.
With regard to these
That's
articles,
what just happened.
is
What you said.
you mentioned a methodology in connection with them and a pattern recognition methodology. Was it the purpose of citing this article to say that they're just like this situation, or was the purpose to say that there is a methodology in the literature to determine how to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
Objection is right.
Dr. Russell,
how to
what
determine
is the purpose? Let's just start with the Debunking article that was talked about, because these articles were discussed. What was the purpose of you citing to those articles?
The purpose was to identify that pattern recognition is an important component in identifying wounds, and particularly in dog bite wounds. It did not mean that the victim had to have every single characteristic that was listed. And it just was focusing on things to look for and the patterns. It was not just that there's one individual wound that's going to be diagnostic, but that there are patterns for the physician to look for.
But
in terms of,
you relied on the article.
Attorney Brennan asked you, and so now with regard to the Pollock article, in terms of the Pollock article, is there any discussion in this article about whether the spectrum of injuries to which you can apply the mechanism and the methodology, is there anything in there about whether the pattern of injuries can be diverse or whether they're all the same? Does Pollock speak to that?
He does.
And what does Pollock say about whether or not the spectrum of possible injury forms when you apply this methodology can be diverse? What does he say?
Well, he mentions about the actual surface of the body that is impacted. If there's any curvature to that surface, if there's any structures underneath that would affect the bite, those are, and if there was material or textiles or fabric that were in between the bite and the skin. And there were other factors too.
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, what I'd like to cover is Attorney Brennan discussed the Dr. Walsh. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Did you show Mr. Brennan?
He's the one who gave me it.
Okay. I didn't know what you had.
Yes, thank you. So may I hand to the witness?
Yes.
May I stand here, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just step back a little bit.
Yep. Dr. Russell, what I would like to do is to give the jury a fair objection. I'll withdraw it.
Commentary, I'd like to be heard.
Why don't you bring the reports over? Okay.
Yeah. I'd object to it too, because I don't know what the fuck you're handing her, and you keep giving her things that are highlighted. This is number 7 or 8. 8? I want to say 8, but I feel like I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Of course. Did, but if it got brought in, he's allowed to ask about certain things. So, I mean, clearly it got brought in. Like, I mean, so ridiculous to me. Like, do me a favor, guys. We're 6 hours and 7 minutes in and 8 seconds. Can you hit that like button? There's over 300 of you here. Can you hit the like button? The subscribe button would be really helpful. If you want to donate to the channel, we could always use that help. We're just a little channel trying to survive over here. And we want to grow. We want to grow and we want to get bigger. So we would appreciate the help if you can. Obviously, we have a myriad of ways to support us. You can share, you can like, you can donate. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country that there's no fees for. We have a link for PayPal. We have a link for Apple Pay. It is JMS's birthday. I appreciate it, as always. All the information for those things is at the ticker at the bottom of the screen. It ticks by throughout the stream so that nobody has to pause or stop to look at it or to get the information. And it's also in the description of the video, and it's also on the profile page of my channel as well on YouTube. We also have our monetization back. So we do have super chats and super stickers and memberships, which most of you got today. Most of you got a membership. There's a bunch of memberships that were gifted this morning by Tracy. So a bunch of you guys got them. So congrats, guys. Congrats. Oh, we have the Discord link. I love the little side emojis. Those things are so funny. Like, I'm going to do one right now. Which one? Heart one. Hearts. Of how they just pop up right on the side of the thing. It pisses me off though because they don't pop up on StreamYard, which is right here. Like my other screen, it pops up over here. Like for instance, the super chats and the super stickers. I can't see like the sticker version of it, like the actual like I guess emoji, the moving emoji, I guess you would call it, or GIF of it. Unless I'm looking at this screen, it doesn't pop up on the StreamYard one. I guess they haven't gotten to that length of figuring out how to make that happen, but that's why I have this one open and I'm able to see them all right here on this side, thankfully. I think it'll be over less than a week. I think by this time next week, we will have an answer. Yeah, but even if you have a wrench, you're allowed to get one. You're allowed to get one even with a wrench. Maybe you weren't here at the time. Were you here at the time? I don't know how that works, though. If you have to be here or not. Or if you just have to be a subscriber. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. That's free. You don't have to pay any money to hit the subscribe button on the stream at all. On the channel. That's completely free. So hit that subscribe button and make sure you get the notifications when we're live. Thank you, Scorpio Moon Gal, for your super sticker. I appreciate it. Hey, there you are. Wondering
Hey,
where you
what's
were
up?
today.
I've been busy all day, but it's quite interesting the woman's willing to say anything for the defense.
Anything. Literally anything.
Yeah, this is bad. I mean, I don't think that she has any credibility at all.
Yes.
Thank you.
None. Zero.
Dr. Russell, I am re-handing you this letter from Dr. Walsh. And what I am going to do, and you just tell me if I do it correctly, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs, okay? And you just tell me if I'm reading it correctly. In totality, the injuries documented in the autopsy report and photographs are non-specific and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms. No additional information was provided regarding the possible circumstances or events surrounding the death. The absence of additional information prohibits the attribution of injuries and contribution of findings to a specific underlying cause of death. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Brings it in. Now
No
it's
further
in.
questions,
What a
Your Honor. Thank
dumbass.
you, Dr. Russell.
All right,
Hank?
Dr. Russell, you are all set.
Thank you.
Hank gets a refresh if he
I'm
wants
going to
it,
have
so-
this marked for identification.
Thank you.
Not that just helps any because yeah, 4-minute sidebar because they're gonna argue about.
Thank you.
Look, she can't even get out. Lady, come on, scoot along there. This is cray cray. Bring on Lucky. Do it.
And the next witness
Yeah, that's what
is
I thought.
who's the next witness?
That's lucky.
Yes, just tell me the name because I need to know whether we need to go to
Right.
sidebar first. Okay, thank you.
Officer Sapiros, he
Officer
said?
Barrows.
Barrows.
No,
okay.
Officer Barrows, the Dighton cop.
That was a disaster. I don't see.
So bad.
She has no credibility. That last
None.
witness was willing to testify for anything.
Yep.
And if
And it
you
was
think
clear.
this, like Mr. Alessi basically wrote her report, told her exactly what to say, and even highlighted their magazines. If I'm on the jury, I'm thinking this woman will say anything to be on this jury.
Yep.
And that's bad.
Mr. Clerk, raise your right hand, please.
There's so much
Right.
evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Maybe so.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
yeah, I saw that.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And where do you currently work?
the town of Dighton, Dighton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Dighton Police Department, sir?
since 2011.
And what's your
Not
position there
much.
currently?
Currently, I am a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. A couple of more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
Since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dighton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings as a police officer and as a supervisor.
Okay.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
Huge backfire.
2012.
Is the Dighton Police Department an autonomous police department for the city?
Yeah, I don't like that, besties. I want them to let me
In other words,
behind
is it
so I
a
can give
branch
them
of,
people
say,
who
for
do.
instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
It doesn't
Okay.
let me.
It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police
It
Department?
is not.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes,
Does that include anything having to do with crime scene investigation,
to an extent.
witness interviews?
No, that would be the detective bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime
Objection.
crime scene protocols, things of that nature.
Correct.
He's going to try to use him the way he wanted to use a different witness. You can't do that.
As a sergeant with the Dighton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads on a swivel. We are always looking because we don't know what the unknown is.
When you say you don't know, is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later that may be needed in court?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have any, you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I did not.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
On January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location. I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Of course not.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dayton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of
And they don't
normal
have-
protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
They have to call.
So that was not necessarily unusual.
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept of those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond to
Yes.
location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dayton.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger.
Complete stranger.
What time did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Sergeant Barrows, I don't want the address, cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dayton?
Yes,
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dayton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William Reed, the name.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish in the afternoon, he intended to seize the vehicle?
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30?
30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood that to mean what? Retrieve a vehicle?
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitate a tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
Never.
Did you know him?
Nope.
Do you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry. It's getting late in the day, and I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault. Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever?
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes. Once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Cool. Were you in full uniform?
Full
Yeah.
uniform.
Gun, bags, the
doing
whole
that.
works.
The whole works.
Because we get snow, jackass. That's why they have them.
Did you ever go inside the house?
Briefly,
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there. And I also went in to ask how we're going to get the truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location in a position to observe the rear end of that SUV? 2 minutes, 20 minutes, something in between, longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
More than a glance.
Yes.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight,
Can you describe for the juror, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
the right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
When you say damage,
Yeah, he wants
have
him
you
to
ever
say.
described that damage previously?
I have.
Can you tell us what that
Yep.
description is?
There was, it was damaged, the taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
When you say there was a
Which
crack,
wasn't.
you mean there
It
was
was
a
the
piece
whole
missing?
side of it
A piece was
lay
missing.
there.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you would call it?
The piece was about maybe this big,
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches. or
And
so.
how wide?
Maybe that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere
Okay.
in there.
We have a picture of it, so it doesn't really
I want
matter.
to show you a photo. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to
To try to
show
downplay
Exhibit
how much
13.
of it was
It's been previously
missing.
marked.
That's the point.
Do you see what's
To try to
depicted in this
say-
photograph?
I do.
It was missing.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight,
Of what?
the Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Walt,
Was,
with
though,
the
we have a
court's
picture
permission?
of it.
Could we zoom in on the right
Yeah.
rear taillight, please?
We have pictures of it.
Do you see the condition of that taillight as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
We have pictures of it
What's different about this photo, sir?
from his dad.
That taillight is completely smashed out.
And also, she drove it, so pieces could have fallen out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
Of course. Describe specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
It's the same.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
I'm going to hand you
changed his testimony since what he said last time, by the way.
If you can, there's two displays, one monitor directly in front of you, and one to your right. If you could use the one to your right, it's a little easier on the jurors.
At 5 in the
Describe
morning, we see it
What's
exactly
different
like
about that taillight?
before he ever sees it.
Can you see that? So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
Because it was packed with snow.
May I approach?
We have the picture
Yes.
of it from his dash cam. And we have it at 5 in the morning in that exact same condition. No, they took the entire thing
If
out.
the entire
So
taillight
that
had
hasn't
been broken
moved
out
yet.
as it's depicted in this photograph, would you have made note of that?
It was packed in with snow.
Do you believe you would remember if the taillight, well, let me ask it a different way.
His testimony's different now. Something's fishy. Well, yeah, he kind of is.
The piece
We
that
have
you saw missing,
video,
but not
and
completely
picture.
damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase not completely damaged to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle than is depicted in this photo. We can take this down.
We literally have video at 5
As you sit here,
and dash cam
as you sit
footage
here and
of it.
recall back to that, your observations,
He's not
and
gonna
you
get off
observed
now
this
because
for
of this.
over the
That's
course of how long would you
highly
say? How
unlikely.
many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
What? Yes, he did.
You've testified previously,
I have.
about a year ago.
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
With a piece missing. Yes, he did. He
Ultimately,
did.
was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen? Like, for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I clear from the scene, yes.
What time was that
Exactly,
when you
Francesca.
cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later time, correct?
Correct.
It was not seized at 5:30 p.m.?
No.
I'd like to show
Yes,
you another
exactly.
exhibit, if I could. This is exhibit
Bingo.
105.
Exactly, Francesca. Exactly what's going to happen.
Do you recognize this scene generally?
I do.
Do you recognize it as being, what do you recognize as being?
This is the Reed residence.
Do you see some vehicles in that still shot of the video?
I do.
Exactly.
Describe what you see.
Francesca.
That
What do we
tow
look at?
truck is diamond towing, and that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in. It's high on the screen, correct?
What's that?
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why does the defense call him when we have video and picture before this ever happens of it in the exact same condition? Like, why do you make this big giant mistake knowing it's going to be completely debunked?
Can you see what's
I'm
depicted
confused.
in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm going to ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area.
It's still the whole part that's supposed to
This
be
area here?
missing. It's just
Do you
lit
see
up
what's depicted in that
because
still
the other
image?
part
I
of the
do.
red is
Does
still
that
lit
appear
up.
to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
Looks
It's gonna
clear.
shine red.
The
It looks clear.
portion that is intact, does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago Is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's go back.
Here's the thing.
See
He
the red?
testified
Yes.
differently last year.
Is that the condition of the tail light as you saw it?
That's gonna hurt
on
him.
January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back.
We have the picture of it way before this. Already completely done. Exactly. Thank you, freak.
Can we zoom in, please? Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
I feel like
Is
they
that
had to have
consistent?
threatened,
This
paid
photograph
something.
consistent
This
with the
guy-
condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th,
we have video
2022,
in a
at
dash
just after
cam.
3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Cool. Are you done? So Hank can
Lights,
show him the
please.
pictures.
Thank you.
And this can be done.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Here we go.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Do you still work in Dayton?
I do.
At
Not
the
anymore after
time
this,
you
probably.
went to the lead residence, you did not know the occupants?
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to William Reed
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police?
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene
Yes.
because it's your jurisdiction.
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it.
Yes.
They didn't just show up at the Reed house and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinary, or unfairly remarkable relative to that car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed house,
Yes.
and then they came out.
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed.
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left, did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When the vehicle was towed, do you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dayton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I do not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you did, you had an opportunity to describe the damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the shape of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the damage.
I could have.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
No.
You write reports regularly, don't you?
I do.
You're trained at the academy. It's the best way to memorialize events.
Correct.
Because in time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at the moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, well, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but
Did you at the time?
at the time, correct.
And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you could have put as much detail as you wanted, is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was
How
the size of
big,
a dollar
how
bill.
small?
You didn't say that, did you?
No,
Or that it was 3 to 6 inches. You didn't mention that, did you?
no.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was.
To an extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear taillight. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back.
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of your description when your memory was probably at its best. True?
True.
And would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't.
I did.
Inevitably, you were a witness at trial. I'm sorry, you were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half after you first made the observations, which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
If that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
Yes.
I don't think I was asked that.
What were you asked about to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
Yes. Maybe.
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear taillight last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best of your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed,
Time has passed, yep.
that you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Correct.
And so when you qualified, you were considering human factors like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
Correct.
that you had heard a lot about this case since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory
There it is.
in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you
man
went on
down.
to describe what you remember from the break of the taillight, the reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection, is it because of those human factors that had passed?
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times
There
have
it
you
is, folks.
spoken to somebody from the defense about this case after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson.
Knew it.
Speak to him in person or on the phone?
In person.
You don't?
Person, huh?
You're not hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
At his hotel.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel?
Yeah, that's weird.
It was in their conference room.
Find it odd. Go to somebody's hotel to speak to them about a case.
No.
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
Dayton.
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
I'm sorry. Did you have to drive?
I did.
I don't feel comfortable telling you. Oh, because you know people will harass you? Oh, shocker.
That's a good question. Do you know who Mr. Jackson
From
was?
FKR.
I did.
Him on TV?
I did.
When you went there to the hotel,
Bingo,
the
beat him.
conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Okay. Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
It was one of the gentlemen right here on the end.
The,
The good-looking one down there on the right.
no, it was not.
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
Someone else.
When you were
Who?
in that conference room, were you shown your police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony from the last time you came to the court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in Sally Port, or the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Had you ever seen
I'm
that
calling
photo
bullshit.
before?
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Correct.
When you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever suggested
It's
that was in
speechless.
any way different than what you had seen in Dayton.
Nope.
Nobody asked me that.
When you were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown that photograph, you never, ever suggested that there was a difference in the damage as you see it in that photo compared to what you remember, did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is dissimilar to what you remember at the last
Something happened, Cleo.
event that you
I'm-
testified at?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's what you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
You said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And when you testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question?
District Attorney Lally.
Okay. And you remember making that comment under oath?
I do.
Do you remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as not completely damaged. It was cracked, and there was a piece missing, but not completely damaged.
Yep.
Remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
It's accurate.
Show the picture,
So
Hank.
in your memory in June 10, 2024, was
At
that
4 p.m.
that vehicle's rear taillight had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
Show him the
You
photos,
said that
Hank.
your memory about the damage to the taillight, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Here we go. I hear the clipping.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific memory of discussing that specific photograph? Yes?
Yes.
Any approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you your transcript of sworn testimony on June 10, 2024. And when you reflect on your memory, understanding some time has passed, you testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflected in your testimony, right? Yes.
So ask the question differently.
Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time.
Sounds about right, Pete.
I'm going to allow
Tim.
that.
And I should take a look at that. Could you show me anywhere in your testimony? Anywhere. Where where you made any statement
He cannot.
about that photo being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29th, 2022.
Exactly. They don't reappear. And we have dash cam. We have ring cam footage of it leaving John's house. It's clearly gone in the area he claims was still there at 5 in the morning. Then again, in dash cam footage at 8 in the morning. It didn't magically regenerate until 4, like before 4. It did not. And so this poor officer now looks like a fool. You went to Jackson's hotel, bro?
It's not enough.
Who was the other lawyer?
Yes.
Who's the other lawyer? Where? Who was there? Bettero? He's not supposed to be involved in this, so I'm wondering if it's him.
Thank you. So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes
please.
and memory fades. Yes?
Yes.
And that's one real example why the academy, they teach you when you write reports to be as detailed as you can. To accommodate the fact that memories can fade. Right?
Me too, Bree.
Correct.
Memories can
Me
change.
too. Oh, they're piecing it all right.
I know what I
piecing it.
saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just
Oh,
testified
really?
that under oath, you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses. Objection.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had
He is,
about
and I
your
wouldn't have.
testimony last year, fair to say
He's
that
very
never
clearly
happened.
lying. So if
Correct.
I'm Hank, I don't gracefully give him that. He's too dumb to take it. Exactly.
Or something
I
more,
don't know.
please tell me.
Correct.
Uh-oh. He's holding back something. That's why Hank just said that.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was
phone?
like coming up in the next month, next months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk
Like, come on.
about?
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What did you talk about?
Excuse me.
So that, okay.
No. No.
Oh, see, I think this is the problem. They brought Devris in, Deviers.
Yep.
And she said she was threatened with perjury. And now this guy comes around and changes his testimony completely. And he's meeting Mr. Jackson in the hotel. And then the previous witness talked about being in a car where he's directing her how to do a report.
Yep.
That is such a big situation where if I was on the jury and I'm hearing this, I'm wondering, are these witnesses being intimidated by the defense?
Yep.
Like, what is
Me
going
too.
on here?
You're telling me that you drove from Dayton, and these people know where these places are, from probably Dayton or wherever the hell you live, all the way into Boston to go to a hotel when you could have talked to him on the phone? Why?
Yeah,
You want
like-
those phone records subpoenaed? Is that why? Like, you couldn't have talked to him on the phone about who you would be subpoenaed by, and that doesn't pass the smell test. It just doesn't. And does he really think that the jury is going to think that you drove all the way to Boston just to talk about your schedule and who they needed to contact to subpoena? Like they don't know who they need to contact.
Yeah, this is really weird. This is really
Something's
weird.
strange. Even Hank knows it because he's like, if there's something else, like tell me.
Yeah,
And
this
he says
this is like this is unusual because like honestly, this guy did not have like his testimony is different than the first trial. Then he starts meeting this guy in person in a hotel.
Weird.
Drives all the way there. It's just so weird. What is going on?
Something's going on. Something very, very shady.
You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and time. Substantively, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them?
That's what we think, Silvo.
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that. I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about your testimony today?
No.
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
I'm not looking for a date, just the general year frame. Last year, this year?
Probably
3 months ago, 1 month ago.
Early in this year.
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
On a certain date, yes.
Not a certain date.
Oh.
Was it this year probably? Or do you think you met them this year?
This year.
Do you know what month you met them this year?
I wouldn't know the month.
Certainly you talked about this issue with the taillight, didn't you?
Yes.
When you talk about the issue with the taillight, did anybody from the defense offer you any opinions or information?
No.
Did they ask you questions about it?
No.
So you went to a meeting.
He's uncomfortable.
Boston
Look at him.
Hotel in a conference room. And
He's
nobody
breathing
talked
heavy.
about the taillight? Objection.
I'm going to allow
He's
it.
tense.
They
Sir,
just
I'll ask you another question instead.
Look at him. He's hiding something.
Have you had an opportunity
Yeah.
to see other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
on the 29th of January? No.
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
From seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the news. You can't avoid it.
I'm not criticizing you or discounting you. I'm just asking you. Have you been exposed to this case since you made those observations indicted on January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified last summer about the taillight?
I have.
And seeing this extraneous information, this other information, do you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Well, what?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay.
No. Oh my God.
No. It doesn't.
Can we-
Everything
can we
does
approach-
not need to be approachable.
I think like at this point, if I was on the jury, I would be thinking to myself, this guy, something happened to this guy. And
Look at him.
This is very
he's
weird.
holding his breath. Do you see that? He's like holding his breath.
yeah,
He's
his
stiffening
affect
the neck
has
and back.
changed. I think this guy was threatened. If I was on the jury, I would think this guy was threatened, to be honest with you.
Me too.
I just think this is a very weird change. To basically suddenly change your testimony that it was missing pieces, but it was even more missing. Like it wasn't as missing as many pieces as before, and you're kind of chilling
Which
with
we know
Jackson.
isn't true because we have the video.
Yeah, I think this guy's been threatened, and it's very weird. And Jackson's trying to cover for something. He's with all these sidebars, he's covering for something.
You've seen quite a
Very
bit of
clear.
information about
Yep,
this
it's
case.
very
and
clear that he is.
regarding the taillights since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
I guess.
No, I don't want you to guess. You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory as you testified in direct examination on the road, and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you have some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence of that taillight before you had a chance to see it in Dayton. If we could have the ring video at 5:07:58, please.
Hank is doing a very good job, by the way, because this would be a very damaging witness. Yeah, but I'm saying this would be a very damaging
Oh, yeah.
witness if he wasn't approaching it this way.
Absolutely. I'll be right back.
All right. I think Hank is really. If this was Lolly doing this, I think Lolly would have
Have
been
you seen this
fucked.
video before, sir?
I have.
Before you proceed, Ms. Gunn, have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Okay.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders for you not to look at anything. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, do you think you had a particular interest when things like this came on TV and social media to take a look compared to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. Who's running this with?
Yeah, he's been following. I wish they would mute it instead of letting the like sound play. Just so annoying to hear that snow thing.
Stop, please. Do you see that white part of the back rear right taillight? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
It. Yeah, you can't object to that.
You see that? Sir?
Can we zoom in a little bit more?
Bro, it's broken.
I can.
Can or cannot?
I can.
Oh, come on,
Can,
guys.
C-A-N-N?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please.
Yeah, that's broken.
Continue. Stop it. Can you bring it back, Stone? Back one. Open, right there. Zoom, please.
Okay, he's gonna zoom. The wonders of technology.
See, sir?
It's white. Yeah, it's broken.
And it's done. It's gone. Bub.
Ah,
I can see that.
yeah.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
Oh shit. Wow.
Can we go to exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a couple
Oh,
questions.
man. He doesn't realize what
This
time
was
it
a
is.
snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is bad for the defense.
driveway had not been shoveled or plowed.
Correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes.
And there was snow coming down on top of everything, the ground, the streets.
This was a
cars.
brilliant move by
Correct.
Hank.
And
This was
snow
smart.
Accumulating, did you notice on cars and packing onto cars?
Yes.
When you looked at this house, when you looked at the defendant's Lexus in Dayton, you didn't go over and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to remove any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it.
I did not.
And the snow there was snow packed on that car, wasn't there?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to remove anything, that could impede your ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
If we could have Exhibit 10, please.
And here's the welfare check image, folks.
Does that appear to be
Here it
the
is.
same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dayton? And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
Okay, we have Exhibit 11, please. Can you take a look to the right? You see that right tail light, the white part
I can.
missing? Yes?
Objection. I would have said another.
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like there's a red tail light there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in Dayton. Do you know that, or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dayton?
I do not.
The right rear taillight and the missing parts of it, is that consistent with what you saw around 3:27 on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Yeah, this backfired for the defense.
I have no further questions.
But he's going to try to clean it up.
Please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief.
It won't be brief.
That's so bad for the defense.
Yeah.
Sergeant, did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
What?
I did.
What?
Happy
Kind of a
birthday.
big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
No idea.
Do you have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Right.
Sustain this to the form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course.
Yeah, what the hell are
did
you
you
doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, guy.
The fact that you can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Okay.
Correct.
I mean, that's what you're arguing,
Remember-
seriously? Oh,
Being
okay,
in Dayton, correct? Being called out to Dayton to the residents of the Reeds.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather?
I do.
Do you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking with someone?
I do.
Remember it was this lady, pretty lady right here in the blue.
I do.
You remember meeting Mr. Reed,
Briefly.
handsome gentleman with the gold tie?
I do.
You remember all that?
Exactly. We all
Do you
remember.
remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the taillight?
I do.
You don't, because it's clearly in video and picture. You dumbass. This is a circus.
You were asked whether or not you saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while it was out at Dayton while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sally Port in Canton PD?
Oh,
I'm sorry, in
objection.
Canton, in the Sally Port at the police
Objection.
station
I wasn't.
at 5:30 p.m.?
Objection.
Objection.
At any point, did you ever go to the Sally Port at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Spoken before that, sir.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustain.
Yep, objection is right.
You were
There's
asked by
no
Mr.
evidence
Brennan.
to jump upon.
You could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
You were simply there to assist another officer, right?
Objection.
The form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph
You can't
that
leave.
vehicle?
Like,
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the vehicle?
No.
he knows he's fucked now. Look at him. He knows because the evidence shows that it was already broken twice in
By the way,
separate.
You and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
And you were
Shocker,
called
huh?
by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
You testified For them?
Correct.
Objection, move to strike.
So that's stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Way beyond. You're at the dude's hotel. That's
Did-
fucking weird.
The Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony
Exactly,
at
Francesca.
the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you
Why would they?
on the telephone?
After?
Correct.
No.
Did they ever send you a
Why would they?
subpoena?
No.
Why would they?
And you testified last year that the taillight was cracked, but not, or damaged, but not completely broken, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Something happened.
You and I
so
met
we know
in a
this.
hotel in a conference room, correct?
Something.
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
Wait, come on, stop it.
Did I
Of course
introduce
there is.
myself to you?
You did.
You happen to know I live in Los Angeles?
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you
Yeah,
know whether or not
objection.
I have an office?
So
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Did you find that unusual?
No.
it was unusual and it is unusual. That does not normally happen. Just FYI.
Did you and I ever speak, ever, before your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Have you ever been blackmailed?
Did I ever tell
by
you what to
anyone
say?
to a turtle?
No.
Did I show you any testimony?
No.
Did I play you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
No.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Sorry.
During
I
that
don't think you
conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Exactly.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
I call bullshit. You drove all the way to Boston when you could have went to Yannetti's office in Denham.
As you sit
which is
here,
near- not
Sergeant
far from
Barrows,
Dayton.
Do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022 at about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon when you saw the vehicle? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination? No.
That was a bust.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse.
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29,
And he
2020?
already said yes.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's opened up.
It's already open, sir.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set. sir.
Thank you.
Done. Done. Thanks, Sarge.
All right, so jurors, I know I need to talk to the lawyers about a couple of things, so this seems like a good spot to just send you home for the day rather than bringing out witnesses. So those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media. Remember, tomorrow's a half a day. We'll finish by 1. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, are you kidding me? Tomorrow's a half a day. Like this lady and her half a days, this days, that days, like that. I mean, it's absurd. Like, so Wednesday's gonna be a half day.
I just think it's very weird that he got a limo ride to the hotel. He suddenly changes his testimony. And then I think
No, the
Hank
limo
really
ride was
fixed.
Dr. Russell. The limo ride was Dr. Russell.
Oh, the Alamo was Dr. Rick, wrong one. Limo ride was Dr.
But he
Russell. This
went
guy
all the way
drove
up.
all the
Why
way
didn't
there.
you-
Sorry.
Why
Mixed
didn't
them
you go
up.
to Nettie's office in Dedham?
That's true.
Why?
Jurors exit the court, please be seated.
That's weird.
So there have been some motions, I think, piling
Yeah,
up.
quite a few.
Let's hear it. Your
2
Honor.
I have not had a chance to read yet, maybe more. Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, and then the defendant put in writing about the discovery from Aperture. I've not had a chance to read the prosecutor's opposition. I'd like to do all that before I hear you on that. But the only one that I did read is the reciprocal discovery. Ms. Gianetti, are you examining both Brian Loughran and Karina Kolakithis?
Yes, and there are 3 issues that I believe we should dispatch with today.
All right, so why don't you, sure, I have time. I just don't know what you're talking about. Sure.
Maybe approach that. They might as well
The
just
jury
fucking.
isn't there. So why does it need to be a sidebar?
I don't know. I mean, I don't get
This is
it.
a
But
public trial, okay?
what's interesting about this particular, I mean, like, I just want to go back. I think today has not been, I think this witness would have been way damaging if not for Hank's maneuver and showing the photos and showing that little screen of the 5:30 and that stuff. I think him confirming that's what it looked like. Yeah, that, I think that's confirmed. But I think that to say that witness didn't have a little bit of damage done to the prosecution is not being honest. I think that
damage could have been done because he literally just admitted at the end that what he saw in the video at 5 a.m. is what he saw. And those are two, like, it's done. Like, that whole thing is gone.
Yeah,
like,
but the jury's going to wonder, why is this guy changing his testimony all of a sudden? Either they're going to think he's getting threatened or they're going to think something else. But it's just very odd. It's very odd.
His demeanor was completely different.
Yeah.
It was odd, for sure. And then he was so nervous. He was sitting straight up like this, and he was shallow breathing and like holding his breath. He was not like that last time.
Yeah. I think there's something happened. I think he was some sort of threat happened. Just according to Devers.
Yeah, something shady.
Like, according to the interaction with Devers, if I'm saying the name correctly, I'll try.
Yes,
but
that's it.
Dever.
That's right.
I think there's something going on because based upon her interaction, and she was threatened with, perjury charges, and this guy somehow takes a fucking drive all the way to the hotel to meet them in a conference and acts like he only had like a 2-minute conversation with people while driving all the way there. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Right, that doesn't make any sense to anyone. Why would you drive long distance, right, from near Dighton somewhere to Boston to have a 2-minute conversation you could have on the phone? Also, just FYI, defense attorneys are very well aware of who they need to, where they need to send the subpoena to. All right, like, they know the police goddamn department, right?
Well,
like,
they brought this guy. I mean, I think they did this to bring this guy. Honestly, I think this guy was threatened, and I think they just want to put reasonable doubt on, if Proctor damaged the taillight. The problem is, it's like a realistic. If I was on the jury, if they didn't bring Dever on, I would think, it would be more impactful. But due to what Dever said, she basically claimed that she was intimidated. And then we just heard this lady, like Alessi, literally write the report and also kind of go into question, basically highlighting the parts to go through in the article and coaching his witness in the car. I mean, I would think that if I was sitting on the jury, yeah,
the sequestration order, you can't talk. And then after she had already started testifying, you can't do that. You cannot do that.
Yeah. I think there's some, I would think that there's some, like, if I was on a jury, I would think, okay, this defense is paying off people and also trying to intimidate people based upon just the witnesses we're seeing, to be honest with you. I mean, the first witness they brought on said, well, my client told me that I should send it by the 20th. I'm just doing a Southern voice. Said I should send it by the 25th, not the 6th. I do what my client tells me. If my client tells me to do no experimentations and actually do any sort of test, I will do it because that's how I make my money.
Right? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Kolakithis. No, it's the wife, Karina Kolakithis.
Yeah, I just think it's very fucking weird. I mean, like, if I was sitting on a jury, I would be like a little confused, but I would probably think these witnesses are being threatened or bribed.
Yep.
That's what I would be thinking. And also,
here's the thing. It's very clear that officer did not see it, only a piece missing, because we have dash cam footage at 8 a.m, hours and hours and hours before that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. showing the entire thing gone, just packed with snow.
Yeah, and I think like him basically verifying, saying, "Oh, that's what it looked like on the when she's backing up into the car," kind of negates his testimony. It kind of shows, okay, well, it's broken to that degree.
Yep. And I mean, he didn't know how to lie because he didn't know probably which one goes to where. He's seen them on the news though. He's seen them on the news over and
Oh
over.
yeah,
And over.
I think like his statement sounded more like frustration, like you can't get away from this. And I think he's been harassed. I think he's been fucked with a little bit. And I think there's something
Yeah, and he
going
thinks this
on.
is going to save him, in my opinion. Like, going with what the defense wants you to, thinks you're going to stop the harassment from FKR. And it's like, it won't. Sorry to tell you, it won't. These people are never ending.
Yeah.
It won't. Like, I think there's no chance he drove there for a 2-minute conversation, Barb. None. They could have went to Yannetti's office in Dedham. Why didn't they? It's a lot closer to Dighton than Boston. Why? And who was the third attorney there? If it wasn't Yannetti and it wasn't Alessi, who the hell was it? Was it Betterell? Because he was asking to be on the case. He shouldn't have been involved in anything yet.
Yeah.
Was it Stuart Turtle? Who was it?
I think it's just very weird. I mean, like, I can't believe the guy could go in there. The mother of the decedent is there, John O'Keefe, and he just fucking flat out fucking lied to save his own ass.
I mean, you guys have to remember, me and B. Tim streamed this trial last year and watched it together as well. So we watched how he testified last year.
Yeah, it was. I mean, basically, he was torn to pieces on the stand by Jackson, I believe, because he wasn't sure. I think his report said cracked or something like that. I think that I got to look at it again, but he wasn't like huge detailed.
No, this won't go to July. They can't stop a trial and say, well, jurors have graduations. That's irrelevant.
No.
They decided to do jury duty, so if they have to skip them, that's just life. Like, unfortunately. Oh, well. This will be done in the next week.
I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest with you, it depends on the witnesses. Like, I think a big witness that's going to take a very long time is the ACA witnesses. And I think they're going to be, I honestly think they're going to be on the stand for like 2 days, to be completely honest with you.
Yep.
I do not think they're going to be short at all.
No. I don't know. They didn't tell us why there's a half day, of course. But it's like, again, if you're a juror, you choose to be a juror. And you're not supposed to be like scheduling appointments during a trial. And if you already had pre-existing ones, that you're supposed to tell the court. Like, I have never seen a judge keep doing half days, days off, half days, days off, stop early, start early. You know, she's never started early. She's stopped early, and she's gone on these 40 minutes for a morning break, and then a still an hour lunch. Still an hour.
What did you think of the dog lady? I mean, like, I thought she completely disqualified herself. She did.
She did.
I think like
disqualified herself.
I mean,
I think first 5 minutes of the morning.
And I think it's kind of weird that like you saw the lawyer, you know, says, well, Hank kind of helped the defense. And I'm like, are you all right, mister? Has the hair started draining your brain and started like taking away like the nutrients to your brain to think? Like the woman in her first line of questioning stated that she broke a sequestration order, which is a pretty big deal, by the way, got coached by the attorney, then said her report was written, and basically said that like teeth and claws are the same fucking shape. And I just like, there was a couple of things in there that was just like, what are we doing here? This lady is just completely unqualified, just making shit up. She's willing to lie and say anything is anything. I swear to God, if we suddenly had just the lady got completely shown as what she was, which was an opportunistic woman that was willing to say anything for fame and money.
Yep.
And it's shame on her. You know, people want to be like, well, she's just this elderly little. Well, shame on her to go into a courtroom, take her 30 pieces of silver so that, you know, so that she can get a little bit famous and forget about the victim and the family sitting over there that had to suffer through this since 2022. Shame on her. I hope she doesn't get another job, and I hope that she becomes a laughing stock of fucking everywhere. I think what she did was disgusting. I think what that woman, this was clearly a lie that she perpetrated, and she's willing to sell her soul for some money and fame. And it's disgusting, actually. It's quite
She is.
disgusting.
Half of FKR is doing that, and it's like, for me, it goes to show that people want to be fed bullshit if it sounds salacious. It's sad to say, and it's unfortunate, but it's the truth. It's the absolute truth.
I mean, and then is it true that they got another medical examiner that's like a disqualified, that was like kind of fired because she didn't perform 1,500 autopsies or something properly or some shit like that?
I can't remember what the exact reason was, but there is an issue with them. But again, this rolls back to the judge allowing people who aren't experts to testify as experts. There are parameters to testify as an expert, and by no stretch of the imagination did Marie Russell fit into that, nor did the dog trainer. So
I don't know what I think. Like, this judge should not be allowing some of these people, but it's just kind of weird.
That's the problem with judges in my state, is they're not voted in. So when you have a shitty judge, you can't say, you know what, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. Like, you bye. Like, they just get appointed, and the only way you can remove them, okay, is if they frigging get arrested and end up in jail, and qualified immunity never lets that happen, or it gets voted out, which never happens. There are at least 3 judges that I know of that representatives in the state have put in bills to remove, and none of them make it out of committee ever, because our representatives are too much of a coward, because they're all politically connected to say this is a horrible, terrible judge breaking law, doing bad shit, or just awful in general. And when you have a bad judge, that hurts people. That's hurting people. Like, and yet they're too coward to vote it out of a committee and get them off the bench. And so basically that gives a pass to any judge in the state of Massachusetts that just wants to do whatever they want. Nothing's going to happen to them, so who cares? Like, I don't think it's just the defense, Barbara. You have to remember, they use tactics like the sewer turtle, people like him, to put the fear in these people that they're going to show up at their houses, they're going to harass their families, they're going to harass their children, they're going to go through what I've went through and continue to go through, and what everyone else who's willing to speak up goes through. I'm sick and tired of them hurting people. And I will work with Judge Liu on everything I can to make sure that every single person that has done this criminal behavior gets held accountable. That wheel has already started rolling.
Sidebar 345. But yeah, this is just like, I just think like these people, if I'm sitting on the jury, I would sit there and be like, first off, where did this dog come from we're hearing about?
Yeah, right? Where's the dog fit in?
And like, I'm supposed to believe that the taillight was broken through that backup. Meanwhile, the expert told us it wasn't. And that they took and broke more of the taillight to put and just magically teleport from the Sally port to the location. I mean, like, it's just wild.
Well, the Russell she gave the hustle of telling them that, well, those dog bites didn't kill this person. So it's like, so what are you saying did then?
Yeah. The dog bites didn't kill him. I didn't know like dog bites that kill people are different than dog bites that are just bite people. I thought, do they have like a second set of motherfucking teeth or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just either worse or better. It's like Jackson is way too involved. It's personal. It's personal. Like, there's something. This guy's demeanor is completely different. That's the other thing. We know that he has contact with them. But you can say something different, but it's still a nothing burger. And that's my point with him, is he says all sorts of wild shit. You can almost always know that it's a nothing burger, because that's the way he likes to get clout and attention, is by being like, oh, I know something. It's like, this is why conspiracy to witness intimidate applies to both Karen and Tim, because he wouldn't have this information if it wasn't for Karen or the Roccos and it going back and forth. Like,
yeah, it's very weird.
And I don't know what person on planet Earth would keep feeding someone their legal strategy to release before they do it. Who the hell would do that? Like, that's bad lawyering. Anything.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, like, honestly, if I was in a jury with this witness, this recent witness, I would think something shady happened. And I mean, like, you drive away to the hotel. It sounds like a mafioso meeting. Like, come to our hotel. We need to talk. and I'm supposed to believe you drove all the way there, and they didn't show you any pictures. They didn't talk about anything. They just had like a 2-minute conversation. Okay, bro, we're not going to believe that.
No one believes that. I don't think anyone on planet Earth believes that he drove all that way to go to Jackson's hotel to talk about nothing. You could have went to Yanetti's office. You could have had a phone call. Why? They didn't want the phone call subpoenaed. They didn't want the text messages subpoenaed. So they wanted to be able to say, oh, it was only a 2-minute conversation. It's shady on its face. Like,
yeah, very weird, but we'll see. It's a very interesting trial, by the way, though. A lot of twists and turns, I have to say.
That's what I cover.
Except for the Diddy. Apparently, the spy that shagged me, the star, apparently was part of the CIA and was visiting the CIA, apparently, according to the Diddy trial.
Wowza.
So that's pretty interesting. I gotta look into that. When I was watching Goldmember,
that's a rabbit hole.
yeah, when I was watching Goldmember, I thought that that was fiction, that he was part of the CIA, but apparently it's true.
Right.
And Diddy had some connection to that as well. Okay.
It looks like they're all gonna file out. Like,
yeah, I think
walk out. Like, so do we get to know what the hell happened? Like, what the hell, dude? Like, what's the answer here? Like,
well, I think we're not going to find out what the hell happened because it looks like.
And also, to be fair, the judge got those motions Monday morning. She hasn't looked at them yet. So she like puts everything down at 4:00, doesn't look at it, and just goes home. Like, you get, no offense, but like judges get paid over $100,000, some upwards of $400,000 or $500,000 a year. Okay. I expect that if you're a judge and you have motions in an ongoing criminal trial, that you don't just go, oh, it's 4:00. I'm just not even going to look at that today. I haven't had time. Like, you go home and look at it.
I don't know if this is a great day for the defense. I think today was this woman. If I was on a jury, I would think this woman's a loon and is willing to say anything to get paid because her opinion switched constantly. And basically, I would think that she was just paid off by the defense to say whatever they needed to say. And had no idea what she was talking about.
She was changing anything she was saying.
Avoid it.
So that it would
I'm not
apply
criticizing you with this
only
content. I'm just asking you, have you been exposed to this case?
Oh wait, you're playing the Emily DeBaker. Holy fuck! Thank
It
God.
automatically play.
We know what you're watching. We know what the truth is.
Not
You're
my
watching.
screen.
You're an Emily D. Oh, we got infiltrated. We have got infiltrated.
I don't subscribe to Emily B. Baker.
We've been infiltrated by the freak. I'm joking. I know who's. I'm just.
Yeah, it's freak screen.
I knew it.
I can't watch some of these idiots, so other people do it for me, and I appreciate them for that.
Freak apparently has a pink avatar. I think there's like a little pink. I think that person. I'm joking.
Dumbass. I mean, here's the thing. Dr. Russell changed her opinion based on whether it was helpful for the defense or not, and that's no. If you're a scientist, your opinion doesn't change based on what side it is. And it was very clear that she contradicted herself about 1 billion times. So there's that. She's relying on pieces of things, okay? Pieces of these articles, because they're not, the whole article itself is not about dog bites.
Well, pieces that were highlighted, but
that's the methodology. There's no methodology in that.
Pieces that were
spot them, but not all the ways to spot them. Like,
yeah, but pieces that were highlighted by by Alessi. He highlighted the parts to read.
Yep. These ones we want you to read. And it's like, that's not supposed to be given to her that way. It's supposed to be given to her blank. So that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why did Alessi highlight it? I'll tell you why. Because Dr. Russell cannot remember all of her lies. I don't even think she ever had read those articles before she mentioned them before. I think the defense gave her those articles to say, mention these. And then she had to go back and possibly read some of them, because she couldn't remember from memory certain things until she looked at it. Now, if you're so involved in knowing it, like, you would know it off the top of your head. Like, oh yeah, the judge always saying they're ahead of schedule. Yeah. I know you can't, my friend. I know you can't. Like,
and then the cleric posts on Twitter. He's like, let me finish. He says, WC's case is done. Nick Barris is a hero. And then someone posts, Barris showed how his memory has problems, and he agreed the photos showed damage.
He did. He also agreed that his memory was faulty numerous times. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the fact is the problem is it's like if I was listening to him and I was like, I was neutral, at first I'd be like, wow, that's kind of crazy. That means like this is a police officer. He's going against the voice. And then I realized if I was on the jury, I'd be like, wait a minute. So you drove all the way to the hotel. You didn't have any conversation with them. They didn't show you any photos, but magically you're going to change your testimony from last year without seeing the photos again of them talking to you again. And then you're
Yeah.
going and then I would see, and then like I'm being shown the video at 5 o'clock, and then you agree that that's the damage that existed, which is the Commonwealth's claim. So I'm supposed to, I would say, like, number one, either your memory is really unreliable or someone threatened you. That's
No
what I would
kidding.
think. But I don't know if the jury would think that. And honestly, I think I think at first it would have been a big problem for the Commonwealth. Like that witness
Oh,
was
yeah.
would have been a huge bit of damage for the Commonwealth. But I think the way Hank handled it really reduced any sort of damage he can do. I'm not going to say like there's not going to be some sort of second thoughts, because you never know with a jury. There could be like jurors that think like, he's just kind of going against like maybe he was intimidated before or something. I don't know. But
Yep.
personally, I think if Hank didn't do the proper cross that way, it would have been a lot more damaging. That's what I think. So
Yeah,
I think like
I agree. Like, I think if you had let Lally do it like he did last year, I don't think it would have been effective.
I think it would have been
I don't think he knew what
disastrous.
to ask. And it's like,
Yeah.
in my eyes, all Hank needed to do was two things: show the damn video and show the damn dash cam footage, because those two things prove that what Officer Barrows is saying couldn't possibly be true.
Yeah, and another issue is that by this, what's very interesting is that if it allowed the defense to re-show that video again and remind the jury about the damage. And I think that's another thing. And then to go through the scene of the crime again and all this stuff. And I think that's not really that helpful for the defense to constantly remind the people about the taillight, about it being at the scene. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not good. Because the thing is, this is the time for the defense's story, but they're not able to tell the story because every time they're about to tell their story, they get dragged back to the prosecution's case. And I don't think that's going to be too helpful for them. But that's just,
well, the jury still has no idea what it is that the defense is even claiming did happen if he wasn't hit by her car. They're not claiming she wasn't driving it. They're not claiming she didn't back it up at that high rate of speed. They're not claiming John's phone data is wrong. They're not saying that it didn't lower in temperature a battery. And you think Lucky Loughran is going to help? I'm sorry, but that's delusional. Like that's Delulu style, to use Lucky Loughran and think that that's going to help you in any way whatsoever. That is going to make it worse for you as the defense. I don't know why you call him. The man hit a basketball hoop and couldn't see a screen 5 feet in front of him, but he's supposed to see a body. Right,
another issue we have is that Karen Reed is smiling and is only on their phone, and I've noticed that a lot of people, apparently Officer, okay, well apparently what's a true crime gal? Something's going on Twitter. Give me a second.
I don't know. Who is that?
No, I'm just looking something.
Has she been here before? True crime gal?
No.
True crime people that do come here, so I'm just trying to think.
No.
I actually, by the way, if you are on X, you guys, I actually tweeted an article. It might have been this morning. It was either last night or this morning. And I think you guys should read it. It's really well written. It's things that I have been saying for a really, really long time when it comes to this case specifically. And I think you would enjoy it. Or if maybe somebody wants to post it in our Discord for you guys to read. It's a good article. I didn't write it. Someone else did. Ooh, teriyaki marinade. That sounds good.
So apparently, let me see. I think he was he with the Reed? Do you think he's a free Karen Reader?
I don't know. Possibly.
Okay,
There's a lot of people jumping on that bandwagon, B-Tim, as we know it, right? So I'm looking at my other screen right now. My chat revenue is $6 today. Okay.
Okay.
We're talking about people that are constantly making hundreds of dollars per hour screaming conspiracy.
So no
More people
mozzarella.
jump on that bandwagon every day. Like
No mozzarella sticks today, I guess.
no mozzarella sticks. No. See.
No mozzarella sticks
She
today, I
was student of
guess.
the month. She thinks that she should get mozzarella sticks, chicken fingers, and French fries.
Well, you did get memberships. I mean, that's good. I think you got a good number of memberships.
Yeah, no, that's good. It just sucks that it doesn't come in for an entire friggin' month. So,
Yeah, and then YouTube takes their cut.
Yep.
YouTube takes their cut. They just they come in there and take your money.
It's
Let's
so
go.
obnoxious. I'm like, oh my god, like you
Right.
guys really hurt small creators, like hardcore.
Yeah, but it'll go. But I think honestly, I think it's not as promising as they think it is. I think it's not a good situation as they think, but we'll see.
I think they always scream that things are so great and that like everything is a win. Remember, they literally called last disasters a win. Yeah, well, I don't know why there's another half day tomorrow, but it's really freaking annoying.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let me see. So apparently, I believe this is a Karen Reed supporter channel. And it says, Officer Barr is with us, some supporters last night, free Karen Reed. And this was from June 30th, 2024.
What? Oh, no. Can someone send that to me so I can get it to the correct people it needs to go to?
Well, it's being shown online. A lot of people are talking about it. So that might be a problem.
Oh, that's going to be a big problem. They may need to recall him. Yeah, they may need to recall his behind.
Yeah, so I guess we figured out why he changed his testimony.
Well, shocker now, ain't it? Aren't we all shocked about that? Like,
yeah, just go to True Crime Girl and go to the date of June 30th, 2024.
That's it. I mean, that's nuts. Like, that is nuts.
I will call him Officer Truth Daddy. More drinks.
Oh man, that is awful. That's terrible. Like, that's Officer Barros hanging out with some FKR people, I guess. Not good. No, that's definitely not good. They may recall him for these pictures. That's not a good look, that's for sure. Like, especially he's saying, oh, I can't avoid it's all over media, but you're not saying that you've taken a position one way or another, and that might be why you have changed your theory of events here. Except the problem with that, and here's the thing, he knows that it's all over the media. He knows there's a video. He knows there's dash cam footage. Like, he very clearly knew all that. Why walk into a trial knowing that all those things exist, showing that it is fully broken before you ever see it, and still say that? At least Kelly Devers was like, oh, I wasn't even there. I already left. They're like, hey, here's this video of you leaving CPD. Here's your punch out card. There's you in your car leaving CPD. Car doesn't arrive for 2 hours. Like,
what we're looking at is basically, to explain people, it looks like he's at a free Karen Reed group of people having some drinks.
Not a good look, bro. Not a good look. Last night, it says, and what day was that?
No, this was on last year. This was on, this was taken on.
Is that Nurse Kim? Who is that?
I don't know who that is. I got this from, because I was watching other places, and
isn't that the minion guy? Isn't that the guy that wears the minion on his head?
I don't know, but this is a free Karen Reed group, and it's kind of weird.
That is weird.
And this is from June 30th, 2024. So this was right after he testified. So did he lie a little bit while he was on the stand before to minimize it, and then he changed it even more?
I don't know. Something fishy.
Okay, so
something's up. Like, that is
I don't know.
shady AF, bro. Shady
so like,
AF.
wow.
Let me take it down now.
No, yeah, you can take it down, but yeah, you can check it out later and look into it. But yeah, that's crazy.
I think they're trolling if it's an FKR posting it. I don't know who's posting it, no idea, but that was from last
No,
year.
this
They
was
posted it
posted
last
from
year.
last year. I had to go
Yeah.
through someone. I saw it in another place, and I have to go through it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and so it was posted last year before this trial ever started. This was after the
The
first
second
trial.
trial. This was
Yeah.
right after, like a month after the first trial.
So basically, somebody did a search of his name, dug it up right now, and started posting it. So, yeah, so that's no good. That's got to be sent over to Hank for sure. They may need to recall his behind. You know, ask him a few more.
I don't think they're gonna
questions.
recoil. I think they're the damn. I think,
I
but it
think
just
the damage
showed.
has been done, but you know, you never know. Like, yeah, just like Lucky, exactly. Okay, thank you, Francesca.
Yeah, she's 100% a free Karen reader, and I just like it's kind of crazy to me.
Not surprised. I think it's not surprising either, Jack. I agree with you, my friend. I don't think it's surprising at all. I think we've seen many of these instances of, and that's the other thing. You remember the first trial when the ARCA witnesses are eating lunch, Dr. Russell, they're eating lunch with the defense. That's a no-no in any case. You don't sit with witnesses and eat with witnesses when they're
No,
going to be
not with a
testifying.
sequestration order. Not with a
Right.
sequestration
And
order.
so what the hell? Like, they knew better. Dr. Russell has testified like at least a half a dozen times, voir dires and everything else. She damn well can't say she doesn't know what a goddamn sequestration order is and how to follow it. So that goes right out the goddamn window. Like, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, you knew. But your lawyer, the lawyer is even more new. They know what they're allowed to and what they're not allowed to do. This is not going to be good for any of those lawyers when this is over. Let's make that abundantly clear. Like, well, remember, Officer Barrows is an officer in the city where William and Janet Reed live. Okay? Think about how long they've lived there and the connections that they have. All right? Just put that in your mind for a second and go down that rabbit hole. Like, that's what it seems like to me, Jack. There's something not right.
Yeah,
I still don't understand why you walk in there and testify to something you know can't be true based on evidence that exists. I just don't get it.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. I think like really, when I think about today, if I was a juror, I would say that lady was being paid off. This officer would probably be like, "What's going on here?" But do I think the defense is building of their story of what's going on? Honestly, it feels like the shoe has reversed, where like last year it was the prosecution was having a hard time telling their story, and
It's the
and
defense now, yeah.
and the defense was, or you kind of knew what the defense was making their claims about. But now it's like I don't know what the defense's story is. All I know is that
I don't think the jury does either.
because like in a narrative, like you need to explain to the jury how things have happened. You know what's going on. You know, and I don't think it's possible that they know, really, to be honest with you.
Me either. It's a little crazy out there. So I guess we have a half a day tomorrow.
Mhm.
So she said till 1. So that means what? No lunch break, or that she still gives the lunch break? I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know.
Mhm.
But
Well, I gotta go.
See you
I'll
later,
see ya.
B. Tim. Thank
Have a good-
you.
All right, bye.
I'm gonna wrap this up too, folks. I'm tired. I'm hangry. I'm thirsty. So I love your stinking faces, and do me a favor on your way out. There's over 300 of you. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we very well appreciate it. If you donate when we're not live, we will read it again in the morning when we are live. We can always use the help. You can do Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have links in the description of the video for the payment that you can use for credit or debit. All of it is all in the description of the video, and it's also on the description of the channel itself on YouTube. So you can always find it there. There's a thing called Super Thanks that you can use in regular comments when I'm not live anymore. So if you missed the live chat, don't worry, it can still show up there as well. I appreciate all of you. I love all of you. And I will see you guys all at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning. Until then, folks, everybody have an amazing day.